Good morning, guys. Just jumping here on the live stream a little bit earlier. Just want to do a quick little summary of what's transpiring in the. So it's currently March 25th, around 8:36 a.m. We have on the screen here NVDA, AMD, and the Qs. Overall, right now, the markets are under pressure at the moment. You do have the dollar index down, so DXY is weak. You have the VIX slightly green, gold and silver up on the session. Yields, the 2-year, 10-year, 20, 30-year are all green on the session. Actually, long-term yields, the 10 years, outperforming the short end of the curve at the moment. So you got to keep watch of that because typically when the long end of the curve outperforms, you see weakness. Now, there's a bit of news that's hitting the tape today around the semiconductor. There's some China news regarding more new tariffs and basically not allowing the use of AMD and Intel chip processors in government Chinese facilities. So you have actually AMD gapping down quite a bit here, down over 3.5% in the pre-market. Intel is roughly trading between 3.5% to 4% down as well. That is dragging the SOXX down. It's down 1.18% already in the pre-market. So right now you're seeing the Qs actually being the weakest index, down over 0.5%. Has bounced off of the lows here. You can see your pre-market low sitting around that 443.57. Your pre-market high is sitting around 446.02. So a fairly large range right now in the pre-market for the Qs. Obviously, what's interesting is even with the semi weakness, look at NVIDIA, slightly green. So it's been teetering between negative to green throughout this whole morning pre-market. You have Apple down 0.66%. You have Microsoft down 0.64%. SMCI is flat. Tesla's down 1%. EVs got downgraded yet again. Basically, you have NIO, Rivian all being downgraded on slowing EV demand. So we're going to keep a watch on EVs. I actually think EVs are becoming more lucrative for potential day trade bounce. So I'm certainly watching them closely as we progress here. But what I'm looking at this morning is potentially picking up some of these AMD calls. I haven't decided what I'm going for yet, but AMD is actually blasting through the 50-day moving average, which sits at 179. We're trading all the way below 173. But they're at this resistance. Again, this mini upside target of this first initial head and shoulders takes you to about 69K. But then just recognize that you've also triggered a 4-hour head and shoulders on Bitcoin that you really haven't got above this neckline yet. So, I mean, once you fulfill the upside pattern of this little inverse in the hourly, you'll be right at that neckline again. And then if you do get above this zone, you could arguably say you've triggered another inverse head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and that gives you an even bigger upside move in the crypto market, or at least for Bitcoin. We're talking about another 12% potential rally, which would take you back to double top, just piercing the previous all-time high price. So crypto calls are looking interesting. I mean, it's hard to chase the squeeze when the likes of MSTR are already up 5% respectively. You do have the market weak, so you got to just be mindful that crypto can reverse at any point on the back of semiconductor weakness. So I'm watching it closely. Right now you want to respect resistance. Bitcoin has had a big move. So typically you could see some sell side pressure at this vicinity. But as of now, it is still remaining strong and firm. Just scrolling through the charts here, Nat Gas down another 0.6%. ARM Holdings holding up okay. Meta's down 0.75%. Google down 0.5%, Amazon down 0.25%, Micron slightly negative. WTI crude flat to positive at the moment. So yeah, WTI crude is basically just slightly green, more so flat on the session. You do have energy outperforming. Marijuana stocks are continuing to catch a bid, up 7% on Canopy growth. Boeing had some news, guys. BA had some news just momentarily, and it's popped the stock tremendously on the back of the the CEO to step down. So it's the CEO of Boeing is stepping down, but look at that positive news. Wow, what a rip. What a rip. So, I mean, just to put into perspective, Boeing is still now only just retesting that upsloping trend line, that pivot from 2022, pivot to 2023. You're now in this resistance point. So this is a big level for Boeing at the moment. A really big, sizable level for Boeing at the moment, but it is absolutely ripping and roaring up 4.18% at the moment. So definitely a pretty positive move for Boeing at this point in time. So I'm just scrolling through here. Adobe's flat. DWAC, Trump's True Social is getting a nice little bid, up 5.33%. SMH down 0.76. Intel's down right now 3.78%. Scrolling through, Rivian down about half. Scrolling through to see if there's anything else that I want to mention at the moment. Some lithium stocks are under pressure yet again. Scrolling through. Good morning, Paul. But that was a stellar move on Boeing. Boeing coming right into that gap window. Gap fill sitting around that 198. But what a move on Boeing there. All right, let's look back to the Qs. See AMD really just struggling at this range in this vicinity. It's a real struggle. NVIDIA still hanging on to slightly green. Slightly green. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. I just want to see if there's anything else that's worth mentioning. Scrolling through a bunch of charts. Wow, Ocugen up another 17% after it was up 22% on Friday. Celsius, LH slightly green. AMAT's down on the back of semi-weakness. ASML slightly down. PayPal slightly negative. Disney's up 1.1. Some staple stocks holding some bids at the moment. GME up 2.37. Weight Watchers down 1.5. Chipotle slightly green. SMR up 5%. You're seeing Lulu up 0.4. Nike up 0.2. FedEx down 0.86. See if there's a trade on Lulu again. Again, the SOXS right now, the semiconductor bear ETF, is up about 4% on the session. That's with NVIDIA not showing any sort of weakness yet. NVIDIA is still remaining quite resilient, which is pretty impressive. Very impressive at the moment. Anybody else watching anything at the moment that they want me to take a quick peek at? I can certainly take a peek at some individual charts and tickers. Apple, please. Yeah, Apple in these levels look quite enticing, to be honest. Apple does look enticing. I won't say it does or doesn't. I think probably 172.50 calls again could probably work out well. 172.50 calls. Let's just see what that would print at the moment. So, let's look at Apple option chain. Just give me 1 second here with Apple. I'll take a quick peek. But I just want to... So we're currently trading at 171.14. Select option. What's today? Today is the 25th. So I actually don't have any dailies. I only have the weeklies. And remember, this is a shortened trading week. So just remember, if you're swinging weeklies, they expire on Thursday. They do expire on Thursday. So right now, 172.50 calls expiring the 28th of March on Apple are only about $1.81 per bid. Just 1 second. Excuse me. Right now, the small caps are actually positive in the pre-market, guys. That's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting to see small caps positive. I'm not even liking those 172.50 calls on Apple. At least what I'm initially seeing here. These bids could be off a little bit, but yeah, that's pretty crazy. I'm not liking it like that. Yeah, but let's just look at Apple here. Daily chart. Apple's definitely underperforming the broad market. You can see you've got that bearish crossover between the EMA 113 and the 200. Let's see where the 50-day moving average lies. You can see you got the death cross on the daily there about a week ago on Apple, where the 50 intersects with the 200. So that's never a good sign. You're trading below the 20. You're trading below the 7, so it's in a technical downtrend on really all time frames at the moment. So now we got to look to the weekly chart. Are we coming up into any weekly chart support that could try to disrupt this bearish time frame? Obviously, the weekly chart right now, we're not really sitting at any sort of moving average support. There's just this previous pivot range of consolidation back in September, October. But it does appear you want to break lower here in the charts. I have weekly chart support sitting right here at this 165.44. That's your weekly EMA 113. So there will be a decent amount of support there in that range. But it does look like, we got to be careful with Apple because you're in a downtrend. It does appear you're putting in a little bit of a right shoulder potential. You have your left head here, left shoulder. You have your head. You of your right shoulder. I mean, your neckline is clear. You trigger this neckline, and like, it doesn't really mean good things for Apple. Obviously, Apple's still a household name, quality stock. It should get technical bounces along the way, but really you break this area and we're looking at sub 140, which would kind of be a gift in my opinion if we were able to get that. You now have NVIDIA going slightly red in the pre-market, down 0.14. It's a tough short to Apple. I mean, it does look like it's going to break down and head lower. I think if Apple can flush basically sub below 171 again, I think we can start a small position on Apple, depending on what contracts were being offered. I don't like the 172.50 calls. You know, we did play that on Friday for a nice little gain. 172.50, you know, from current levels implies roughly about a 0.8% rally, which is possible, but again, Qs are weak at the moment. A couple of things. Paul is looking at FAZ, so levered play on financials. FAZ. Let's look at FA. Let's first look at XLF. So thank you for putting in the financials there. So yeah, XLF had that nasty bearish engulfing candle on Friday. Obviously, even if you look at JP Morgan, nasty little reversal there at the highs, super extended still. Financials are one of those sectors that have been so extended for quite a long period of time. I mean, look at this weekly rally in financials. So I mean, I would naturally expect a retrace. I mean, just taking this move from this low to this high, pivot wick, like we should see a minimum retrace back to this 39.52 zone. That's your first fib level. You know, there's not really much technical support on this rally since it's just been a straight grind higher. There's been really no backing and filling other than this period here for multi-weeks. It's just been a straight shot. So I mean, there's no technical support on the downside. You know, you are hitting that double top, which likely is going to keep price action in check. So, I mean, I still think that, FAZ is not a bad. You do have a high pivot reversal to trade against on financials. So I think the FAZ ETF is certainly looking poised. Excuse me. I mean, if you're doing it with some calls on FAZ, just give yourself some time on the clock, because it's generally tough to break a sector down when it's coming from all-time highs or 52-week highs. Does generally get by the dips, but I could easily see, you know, FAZ retesting at least $12 on the charts. That's kind of where your 50-day moving average lies. But again, this is a levered play 3 times, so just understand that. I mean, probably $11 calls could hit this week. I could see that hitting this week for sure. You know, we're trading at 1036. So $11 calls would roughly be about a 6% rally in the actual FAZ, which would probably, it's a 3 times bear ETF, so that would be about a 2% decline in the XLF, which would put us roughly at, you know, call it into this little range here. It's 40-50 range. At all. All right, let's continue to scan through some charts here. So we're also looking at Boyle for Eric and SOXS. So let's start with natural gas first. Nat gas. Again, NVIDIA is now falling a little bit more, guys, so that's going to put pressure on the semis as well. Remember, we saw it go briefly positive. Now it's negative, so watching for a lot of more weakness to creep into semis. You still have NVIDIA up nicely on the session. AMD testing 173. All right, let's look at nat gas. Nat gas is under pressure this morning as seen by this daily chart, looking more and more likely that this is turning into a head and shoulders potential. I'm watching for a breakdown today. We could actually get a break of this little neckline today. You are at support, but it's kind of a bearish trend support. So, if you break this little neckline on nat gas, we're looking at another flush down of roughly about 141 on the charts. That's what this pattern shows. So that's a pretty big downside move that could occur. Now, just because we trigger this pattern, would I consider shorting it? Maybe day trades, but I'm too nervous to short nat gas at these levels when you're down 80, 90 plus % from the highs. So I'm not, it's not in my opinion the best short setup. Remember, we still have this gap fill down here at 168, which will be intraday support. If we flush straight into that gap, I would be very interested in playing it. I'd be very interested in playing that gap fill at this 168. So, calls into that region probably look very enticing. That would indicate roughly a fall of about 5.70%, which in nat gas, that can happen in literally 1 hour if we get some sort of a news catalyst or anything like that. But I definitely look at 168 as some technical support, intraday support. So I am interested in nat gas, but just not shorting it. I just want to see if it can flush and break lower, but it is looking a little weak in the trend. You can see you're putting in this bearish wedge, still in a clear downtrend, lower highs, lower lows. That RSI divergence is actually starting to break down a little bit. So what I think is going to happen is you're going to make a new low in nat gas, but you're going to make a higher low in the RSI. So here you have your first higher low, which correlates with this pivot point. Sorry, it's not your first higher. It's your first low in the RSI, which correlates with this pivot point. Then you have your first higher low on the RSI, but yet again, another lower low in price. Now I think we're going to come back down, hit this trend line on nat gas, create your third higher low on the RSI, but create your third lower low in price action. That's a positive divergence. Okay. All right, let's take a quick peek at SOXS, so the semiconductor bear. So let's look at the SOXX first, the semiconductor ETF, because we have to do all of the analysis based off of this ETF. So first things first, let's go to the regular trading hours here. So hourly chart of the SOXX, remember I said the most important chart last week was how are we going to get a close on this SOXX? Are we going to get above this neckline or are we going to get it below the neckline? It just so happens that market participants closed us right inside this neckline channel. It amazes me day after day as to how these indices and ETFs work. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that when you look at this pattern, it was a bearish breakdown. You got a bullish close back above it, but then you close right back on the neckline. So you're kind of at a juncture point here, almost a 50-50. And since the pattern did trigger bearishly initially, you would still favor more downside in the semis. I have a downside target of about 207.50 from this neckline. And that puts you right into this gap kind of fill, gap window, a little bit of an overshoot. You likely fill the gap. And again, what's interesting now is we have semiconductors under pressure. So you can see semis are actually trading below the neckline right now. So back inside that bearish territory at the moment. Again, though, you have a couple stocks like AMD, Intel getting a little bit more oversold in comparison to the semiconductor market. So there is a chance we can bounce. And when you look at this NVIDIA chart, still super strong. It looks like it wants to break out yet again. The only hindrance is, look at this weekly chart. That is mind-blowing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks of green. And it's not just a little bit of it. Every single weekly candle got a higher close on NVIDIA. That's kind of amazing. Really, really amazing. But right now, semis are under pressure. They really are. The SOXX, you can see you are coming up into some support here, which is the 20-day moving average. You're actually trading just below that by about 9 pennies on the session. But being the fact that you slice through the 20-day moving average once with pretty hard force, it leads me to think that we're actually going to test the 50-day. So, I mean, at the moment, it is looking like semiconductors want to go lower. So when you look at the SOXS, which we're actually holding a swing and a day trade, I'm still holding that day trade from a few sessions ago, which is it's been a nice printer for us. Again, we got filled on that day trade long at, let me just check my average here, pull it on this chart. It was right at the 312 level, right at the 312. And we're in the money on our swing position too with members. But we're already up, trading at 335 right now. We're up a nice cool 7% on the trade. So that's good to see. That's really good to see. So I still think that the semiconductors will go lower, which means the bear ETF should go higher. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just updating something here. I'll be with you momentarily. So yeah, SOX clearly gapping up at the moment. I still think that the SOXS can come up and fill this little bit of a bear gap that it formed. So we're roughly looking at 346, 346. You're going to have a lot of call demand in the morning on AMD. Again, it is oversold below that 50. Coming up into a big technical gap window. So, I mean, if you breach these pivots, you have a little bit of a gap fill here, and your mega gap fill sitting around that 164.50 zone. So, I mean, there might be a little bit of a pairs trade on watch where you could potentially long AMD, short NVIDIA. I'm watching that closely. I am watching that closely. Does UNG degrade like Boyle over time? It doesn't degrade it does have some decay, but not nearly as much as Boyle. So it's still a much safer bet to hold over time. I mean, for instance, if we just look at the UNG chart, it's kind of trading at this double bottom low. So just to put in perspective, look where UNG is trading, right? Trading at 1477 the pre-market. Your low pivot was here on February 20th. February 20th. And then you look at the natural gas chart, and you can see the low that it made here around this February 20th period. It's much higher. So there's some slight decay. But I mean, really, when you look at it, the NG futures contract, so the nat gas futures, is already trading at 160. So the reason why UNG moves a little lower, it looks like it decays, is based off of the nat gas futures rollover chart. So you can see on the nat gas futures, we're trading at 161, actually triggering the head and shoulders here on the daily chart. And then when you look at the actual natural gas currency chart, or the capital.com chart, you haven't triggered that head and shoulders. So you're more relatively strong. I still like to use this capital.com chart. I find it the cleanest in my opinion, but again, I have had some flack people saying you have to use the futures. I look at both. It's important to look at both. They're two data sets. You want to look at both. And clearly this one's breaking down almost near the lows. This is what UNG tracks more so. Okay. All right, so a couple things that I'm looking at, guys, at the open. Obviously, again, the weakest indice right now is the semiconductors and the Qs. Russell's actually ripping here, flying, soaring, diverging from the market at the moment. So I'm looking at, again, potential calls on AMD. I want to see if we can get some sort of capitulation flush. I think AMD today could try to retest, at the minimum 174, and then potentially even 175. I could see it. So maybe 175 calls on AMD. If you want to give yourself some time on the clock, that's probably the smart thing to do. But we'll see. We'll see how semiconductors react. Again, semiconductors are down pretty substantially already, but NVIDIA is still just holding up the Qs at the moment, only down by 0.23%, still outperforming the Qs, outperforming the SPY. You'll see your first daily chart support on the Qs is sitting at this 20-day moving average, all the way down at 440.19. So there's even a scenario where we could retest that zone today. 440.19. That's your 20-day moving average. Qs are into this gap fill at the moment. You do have this little 10-minute chart gap fill, currently trading just slightly below it. You'll have some more resistance here since we're gapping over this. This now becomes resistance, these previous pivots. Just want to see if there's any sort of channels we can use to give us some support and resistance, additional areas. So, you have this basic little channel here connecting your pivots. And you can see that your pre-market low is just a pierce of this 443.57 zone. Probably means you could actually come down to about 442 on the chart today. Major support lies all the way down here, but I don't think we get down there today. So back AMD now trading below 173, and NVIDIA is falling a little bit more. SOX ETF, the bear ETF, is now up 4.5%. So right now you also have the dollar week. It's retesting 104.19. So I mean the dollar broke out on Friday of a 4-hour inverse head and shoulders pattern. It looks like it's coming back down to test the market. So I mean right now you have yields green, dollar weak. So right now I think the bigger reaction point in the indices is the dollar. The dollar typically being weak causes an underlying bid in the market, and we're seeing small caps right now, the green in the pre-market, but Qs and SPY weak on the back of semis and the semiconductor news. I think stocks on the long side, Apple and Tesla are probably favored for a bounce. Semis, I just don't know at this point in time. They could catch a small little bounce, but still a lot of weakness in semis. Ton of weakness in semis. We are seeing Bitcoin starting to roll over just a touch, just a touch. Nothing crazy yet. Nothing crazy yet. Markets are set to open in 16 minutes. I'm looking at Tesla calls. I'm looking at AMD calls, Intel calls. Potentially some NVDA puts. Watching Bitcoin closely because likes of MSTR gapping up on Bitcoin strength, but Bitcoin's technically at some near-term resistance here. All right, so Intel's actually triggering today a head and shoulders pattern, guys, on the back of this bearish news. If you look at the Intel chart, Jim, gold analysis, please. Hey, Moad, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm just seeing your message now. Let's quickly take a look at gold. Gold right now just consolidating. Tried breaking out inside that topping tail, but putting in a bull flag consolidation to move higher. Upside target is still above 2,400 on gold, but I still think it retests, about just 2,100 on the session, at least. Let's go back to the Qs here. turn off some of these moving averages because we don't need all of them on for day trading. We'll just keep the two, the EMA 113. Actually, we'll keep the 113 and the 50 on. Actually, we'll keep the 200 on. That's a good one. That's a good one. So again, I'm looking at AMD for some calls. I'm watching Apple closely. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Bitcoin's starting to roll over just a touch, ever so slightly. MicroStrategy at the moment's up 4.65. So if we see Bitcoin reversing, I think if Bitcoin starts to lose, 66.3 or 66.4, about $500 lower, that's when you could see MicroStrategy really start to give it up. Again, oil's starting to creep up again, now up slightly. Canopy growth up a little bit. Boeing's up 3.84, so that got that positive news that the CEO is stepping down. But really, the news is only going to take effect in roughly 9 months. The CEO is leaving. But nevertheless, market participants are taking that positively at the moment. They are indeed. Shamit Ray, good morning. Look at Schwab for calls. Nice formation for a breakout. And news upcoming in April. What's the news? What is the news? Let's look at Schwab. We actually looked at financials earlier, Shamit, and we were more inclined to short them. We did do a whole run up on the XLF. And you can see that Schwab is into this long-term resistance trend line. So this is where you triggered your bearish breakdown, this trend line right here. You're now into that resistance point on Friday. You got a big reversal off that resistance point. So just be careful with this. You're getting a bearish divergence on the RSI, almost a little bit of a near-term double top. You look at the run-up in financials, Shamit, XLF, just look at this weekly chart. Are you going to buy and chase a sector that's up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks consecutively in a row into a double top? Not the smartest thing to do. Wait for a pullback. Wait for a small pullback. That's probably the better bet. Schwab's obviously not as extended as some of the other financials like JPM. But look at this little resistance point you're into, right? It needs to probably consolidate for a little bit. Dual factor resistance, 2 major trend lines. You are looking to putting in a potential bull flag breakout, but again, this particular bank stock, although it appears to be looking technically strong, the sector has been just a monster sector. If this stock can't break out after 11 consecutive strong weeks in financials, what's it going to take? 20 weeks? That's just not likely looking to happen at this point. So it's just got to be careful with names like these. Just got to be very, very careful. All right, let's flip back to the QQQ. We have roughly about 8 minutes left on the session. Again, I'm looking at AMD calls, potentially a long and short trade on NVDA. Of course, they only have 175s open, eh? Again, small caps had that big sell-off on Friday, catching a little bit of a minor bid at the moment. Just keep in mind, small caps did trigger a little bit of a bear flag on Friday, and they are trying to negate that bear flag range. The top of the bearish range that I have on the Russell 2000, the IWM, is, just give me a second here while I play around with my channel. Roughly 206.20 is the top of the bear range for the IWM. 206.20. 206.20. A little bit more weakness starting to creep into Bitcoin. Nat gas getting a little bit of a bid here along with oil. Oil's trying to make a bit of a move higher here. Still super, super weak. Do you see TLT a good play sometime in the future? Eric's asking. I do. Bonds are really going to catch that underlying bid once we get that definitive recessionary signal. You think about what we've been dealing with the last two CPI prints and PPI prints. It's showing a little bit of a stickiness on the inflation side, or reacceleration in the inflation side. So I think that, if we look at TLT, obviously TLT is inverse the 20-year yield. So you are seeing a lot of potential signs of accumulation, but this one's had so many chances to break out here. You can see it's just teetering along this previous little neckline. But it does look like it wants to break lower. It really does look like it wants to break lower. 15% of AMD's revenue come from mainland China. Yeah. Now, I mean, we just have to be careful, right? The news on AMD was just specifically around government. Wow, Apple just took a big dump there in the pre-market. Apple took a really big dump. That kind of came out of nowhere. Jeez. Look at that Apple chart. So, I mean, 2 minutes till the open, and Apple just got absolutely hit hard there. Big candle down on Apple. Take a look at this candle, guys. It's a nice drop on Apple. New pre-market low. Big down candle there on Apple right before the open. All right, so that leaves us some potential opportunities here. Very interested. All right, guys, so I'm looking at AMD calls. So just take it slow, guys, off the open. I do see Georgiana commenting on crypto miners, looking at BITF for a possible long swing from 210. Crypto miners are catching a bid. Bitcoin's up right now, testing 67K again. Do have a potential upside target of 69K that we need to watch. But crypto miners are strong during the open here. MSTR selling a little bit. NVIDIA is also coming in just a touch. AMD, still waiting on AMD to show us any sort of signs of potentially reversing here. You have Apple down sharply. Qs are still falling here. Look at the QQQ chart. You can see NVIDIA is also falling. Guys, I just took 175 calls expiring the end of the week on AMD. 175 calls on AMD. You can see the Qs are finding some support here. MSTR is pumping. Meta's falling. AMD is starting to pump here. Intel's still breaking down. Really hard breakdown on Intel. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Russell's looking strong. AMD still trying to pump higher here. Canopy growth got rejected down about 4%. Still have crypto stocks acting well. Google's trying to come in. Big rip on Apple. Big rip on Apple. SMCI oil's catching a really big bid. Those AMD calls are almost in the money already, guys. Those AMD calls are now in the money, guys. Those AMD calls are now in the money. I just sold those AMD 175 calls. Beautiful gain. Sold them at 397 a con. Just made about 620 on the trade. Let's see what else is transpiring here. Tesla is just ripping. Tesla is absolutely flying here. Flying to the high side. MSTR is pumping up to the high side. EA's faded just a touch. QQQ, we'll see if the Qs can hold up here. Russell's still the best performing indice at the moment. NVIDIA, AMD, whoa, look at AMD go, guys. That's a monster move. Monster move on AMD. Wow. What a move. Oil is still continuing to rip. ACN super oversold. Yeah, let's look at ACN. That was one that I discussed, right? With members on the live stream. So yeah, that one's still coming in. Daily 200 moving average is approaching here on ACN, guys. I like this. Wow, we actually did tag that 382. So I think we could actually get a bounce here on ACN. Let's see what these calls look like. Still haven't officially tagged that daily 200, but I mean, very oversold here. Very oversold. I just took some 340 calls on ACN expiring the end of the week. 340 calls. I got filled at 135 a con. So just some calls expiring end of the week. So 340 calls. NVIDIA is still ripping. Look at NVIDIA trying to push higher here, guys. Tesla's a monster today. Apple's still lagging. Microsoft lagging. Google lagging. Meta lagging. Just going to keep this ACN chart on the other screen. Let's look at the QQQ. So Qs are kind of still just stuck. Really, they haven't made an indecision. You have strength in NVIDIA. Semis are bouncing, but then you look at Apple and Microsoft. They're really struggling here. NVIDIA is still showing positive signs, trying to bounce here and break out. SMCI pushing. NVIDIA is still a monster at the moment. Wow, look at NVIDIA. Apple's just not participating at all. Dollars being faded. Small caps are still rallying. Tesla's up over 1.8%. So a monster move in Tesla. Guys, I just took 444 0 DTE call in the Qs. 444 0 DTE call in the Qs. 444 0 DTE call in the Qs. High risk trade. Size appropriately, please. I got filled at 86 cents a con, currently sitting at 89. AMD still trying to push up. You have SMCI trying to break out. NVIDIA's running into a little bit of near-term resistance here. Tesla's still ripping. Apple's still weak. Microsoft's still weak. MSTR is absolutely flying here to the high side. So MSTR flying to the high side here. AMD is still trading above 175. So just the one trade on AMD for us at the moment. Just the one trade on AMD. How's Intel doing? Intel's still lagging, trying to catch a bid. Netflix falling heavy. Thank you for the update. Netflix is falling heavy. Wow, guys, Qs are still falling as well. Qs are falling as well. No bounce yet in Apple. Microsoft's hitting the 7-day moving average. I just added to my QQQ calls, 444 calls. Got filled at 69 cents. 69 cents. Russell small caps are still resilient at the moment. NVIDIA is now reversing. So now you have a scenario where NVIDIA is reversing. This is not good for the Qs, guys. Not good for the QQQ call position at all. NVIDIA is falling sharply. Qs are still falling. Qs are at some support here. You're hitting this channel of support. So there is some support here. The question is how much. As we're breaking through it and going lower, wow, NVIDIA breaking down. NVIDIA absolutely reversing, getting pummeled here. NVIDIA is getting pummeled. Just added another con on my QQQ trade there. Qs are getting slaughtered here at the moment. Let's see if we get any sort of a bounce yet in the Qs. NVIDIA trying ACN coming right back down. So, I mean, still looking to tag that daily 200, but there is a whole host of support here. There is a whole host of support. Qs are still weak on the session, really not bouncing at all yet. SMCI is still trying to break out of a little bit of a flag pattern. We'll see if it does. MSTR is still strong. AMD is still trying to firm up. Qs are still breaking down here. Microsoft heavy. Meta still heavy. Amazon wanting to go green. Let's see. It's down 0.25% at the moment. Oil's up 1. Qs still no bid in the Qs yet. Russell's outperforming. Canopy growth down 15%. Oil up 1. Nat gas trying to go green. MSTR outperforming. At the moment, dollar still hasn't really caught a bid. NVIDIA is trying to catch a bounce. Semis are still trying to hold up here. But you have still weakness from Intel, weakness from AMD. Right now, Bitcoin's still pushing. Qs are trying to bounce here, guys. Qs are trying to bounce. I'm writing 444 calls on the Qs. 0 DTE. Down on the trade at the moment, but looking for the Qs to catch its first little bid. Apple's still falling down 1.61%. So now Apple calls look a little bit more intriguing here because it is getting slaughtered again. Let's see what we have going on for Apple calls. Guys, I'm going to take 170 Apple calls expiring next week. You know, it's just slightly out of the money. But 170 Apple calls, I just took 10 cons expiring the end of the week. Meta's trying to firm up here. All right, the Qs are trying to firm up, guys. Qs are trying to firm up now. We're looking for a move to 444 on the Qs. We're looking for a move to 444 on the Qs. ACN coming down some more still. Looking to tag that daily MA. Still hasn't done so just yet. You did get a really big pop initially. NVIDIA big surge. NVIDIA big surge. So I'm break even now on those QQQ calls. I'm break even. We're looking for them to keep pushing here. We are looking. SMCI is absolutely flying right now. SMCI is flying at the moment. All right, guys, QQQ calls are almost green here. Or sorry, they are green, but almost in the money. They're almost in the money. Come on, push to 444. Can we get there? NVIDIA's trying. SMCI is just a monster right now, breaking out. SMCI is trying to break out here. Can these indices go green? That's the question. It's going to be interesting. Good morning, Ram. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. ACN hitting that level again. Coming in harder. $0.77 at the bid for those QQQ calls. Still riding them. 444s. 0 DTE. They are trying to uptrend nicely. Come on. Get us green. Get us green. Get us in the money. Nat gas still popping. Dixie still fading. NVIDIA's trying to squeeze. Look at NVIDIA, look at SMCI. Wow. What crazy, crazy price action. Alright guys, I just sold half of my QQQ call position. Half of my QQQ call position. Alright guys, I'm all out of the queues for now. Those 445 calls, sold them at 80 cents. Took them from 65 to 80 cents. Nice job on that trade. Nice job on that trade. You can see NVIDIA is still acting well. Oil's popping, semis are popping. Apple, Microsoft, all trying to catch a bid here across the board. Everything is trying to catch a bid across the board. Wow, look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA is just a monster today. Tesla's ripping up 1.2. Apple calls are now green in the money. That's good to see. NVIDIA's still trying to go. AMD's firming up. Looks like it wants to go positive itself. $4.44 calls just went in the green there, guys, by about a few pennies. Dixie's trying to firm up. Yield's still green. NVIDIA's just pumping up to the high side here. SMCI is pumping. MSTR is pushing. Everything across the board is pushing. Our 170 calls in Apple are nicely in the green. Cons are sitting at 183. Fisker FSR has been halted. So FSR has been halted. AMD is still ripping. SMCI ripping. Oil ripping. You went all in on SMCI. Nice job. Nice job. Qs are still negative by 0.5% here. So, I mean, they're not out of the woodwork yet, right? There's still some sell side pressure in the Qs that we have to be mindful of. But with NVIDIA ripping the way it is, you would count on these markets to try to firm up some more. I mean, it's just a monster on NVIDIA. Just a monster on NVIDIA. Bitcoin trying to break out again. MSTR still holding firm. EV stocks have firmed up. Boeing got faded just ever so slightly. NVIDIA is really up 1.21%, still ripping much, much higher here. Quite the move in NVIDIA. Quite the move. Still under pre-market low on the Qs, which is technically a little bit of a bearish sign. Everything's got a pretty big bid off of the lows here. Wow, look at NVIDIA rip, guys. What a rip. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. We'll see if it's going to apply any pressure to NVIDIA. At the moment, you know, NVIDIA is just in a world of its own, still trading with absolute unrelentless strength. Yeah, TradingView won't allow stream, so I'm going to be doing it directly to YouTube, guys. So anyone who's streaming on YouTube via this platform, watching my videos, I will be transitioning to YouTube full time. Obviously, I do already have YouTube going, but I will be moving to YouTube because TradingView is actually stopping the streams. So I find that kind of interesting. If NVIDIA goes through a little consolidation period here, we may see some weakness in the Qs. Right now, Qs are still acting resilient, or NVIDIA is still acting resilient. Russell small caps are running into a little bit of issues here. Seeing some sellers. Grip hold NVIDIA is still strong at the moment. SMCI is still strong. ACN still weak. Qs are testing its pre-market low. Its pre-market low is being tested on the Qs. AMD starting to weaken just a touch. NVIDIA is still relentless. Strong, strong, strong. Russell, small caps are running into a little bit of resistance at the moment. Small caps are running into a little bit of resistance. What stocks are squeezing at the moment? Let's see. High short interest names that are ripping. Upstart, FSR again halted down. That one might be done for the day. NVIDIA is still just a monster, ripping higher and higher and higher. NVIDIA is still pushing. Qs are still trading under pre-market low. Oil's still ripping higher here, guys. So oil's still performing. Intel's catching a bid. AMD is still trading above 176. Trying to recapture that daily 50 moving average, which is sitting around 179.70. ACN still super, super weak. Guys, I'm looking at 443 0DT puts on the Qs. 443 0DTE puts on the Qs. This is high risk. This is high, high risk. But again, I'm still seeing weakness in Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google. NVIDIA hasn't really taken a breather just quite yet. Bitcoin's still up 1%. MSTR is up 10. Wow, Bitcoin trying to break out here to the upside. That's absolutely pumping MSTR. MSTR is trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders formation here. MSTR is trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders formation. You have ACN now hitting that daily 200. So ACN did just tag that daily 200. Again, oil still ripping, Dixie weak, yields strong, Apple down 1.2, NVIDIA up 1.2, Microsoft down 1.3, AMD down 1.3, SMCI up 4.8. Trading Views, how you found the channel? I know it's disappointing to see that they're getting away with it. So what they're doing is they're actually stopping live streams, but including a more of a video watch time. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's kind of a trade-off, right? But Bitcoin's flying here, guys. Bitcoin is absolutely flying, soaring and roaring. So Qs are still acting well, consolidating. Russell's being slightly faded. Dixie's still coming in. AMD's had a really big bounce, only down 1.5% now on AMD. SMCI is still ripping. Nat gas is kind of just stuck. Let's look at AMD here. AMD's still trying to push higher here. Qs are weakening just a little bit. Let's see if the Qs want to come down. Qs are really just trading at its little gap fill here. You can see this previous little gap zone. NVIDIA is still trying to charge higher here, trying to lift the Qs single-handedly. AMD pushing up. SMCI is still super, super strong. How's the likes of Lulu doing? Lulu's actually being sold into again, down another 2.11% today. Looking kind of interesting on the call side again. Lulu, let's see. NVIDIA trying to push for high of day. Lulu's still coming in. Apple's still weakening. NVIDIA's still holding firm at these levels. Let's look at Apple here. A lot of relentless sell-side pressure in Apple at the moment. Microsoft putting in a potential 10-minute bear flag. Google still looking like a 10-minute bear flag. Meta's really bounced off of the lows here, trading at 504. Dixie's still softening. Bitcoin's starting to run into some resistance here. So, I mean, MSTR might be a little bit of a short trade. Super, super elevated here. QQQ pushing right back up. Apple's trying to firm up. You have NVIDIA trying to weaken here. Bitcoin's coming in much harder now. Still really firm on the session. But Bitcoin is seeing some sell side pressure. MSTR still being bid up. NVIDIA is still trying to charge higher. DWAC is still pumping here up about over 8%. In terms of sector performance on the day, we do have quite a bit of weakness, obviously, in tech, but you have strength in utilities, healthcare, real estate staples, energy, and materials. Communications, tech are down the most. Dollar's trying to firm up here. SMCI is still ripping. ANF, yeah, I'll take a look at ANF when I get a chance. I'll take a look at that. NVIDIA Qs are absolutely flying here again. Wow, look at that pump on NVIDIA, guys. Look at that flag breakout on NVIDIA. What a rip. Lifting the Qs single-handedly on NVIDIA. Now trading at 960. 960. Qs are still trying to rip here. Bitcoin's absolutely flying, guys. Bitcoin is flying right now to the high side. Dollar's still weak. It's trying to firm up, but the dollar's still weak. Qs are still trying to push. Qs are still trying to rip here. Let's look at ANF. Monster move coming through the semis now, guys. Monster move is approaching in the semis. Yeah, ANF's showing some signs of consolidation here in this range. Still have strength in NVIDIA, just propelling these markets. You know, NVIDIA's up 2% when Qs are negative, SPY's negative. Russell's up 0.78%, putting in a potential bull flag. But ANF right now, I don't know. It's a tough short still. I see you're trying to short this off of a potential lower high here. Maybe that's what you're looking at, but it's still a very tough short. Still a very tough short. Qs are absolutely flying here. ACN trying to catch a bid. SMCI still ripping. MSTR still ripping. I still think there could be one more final push in ANF to make new highs. So just be mindful. There could be one more final push in ANF to new highs. So I'm just, I think that could be the case. Let's look at Lulu again. Lulu's still getting more oversold at these regions. Let's look at AMD again, or Apple. Microsoft's firming up, so Qs are just absolutely running here. Qs are absolutely running. Now we have that ACN trying to firm up. NVIDIA is still charging higher. Look at AMD. Apple's still trying. Still have weakness in mega cap land, but obviously things have drastically tried to firm up through the likes of NVIDIA ripping. AMD, semis, obviously all semiconductors have caught a really big bid. You look at the SOXX here. It's absolutely flying now. Still have AMD down, but semis are still looking like they want to push higher here. Microsoft at the moment still trying to firm up. NVIDIA might be coming in just a little bit now. So Qs are taking a small breather, Microsoft, NVIDIA taking a minor little rest, Bitcoin taking a breather. Oil's still rallying pretty firmly here. Getting ready to buy BITI. Yeah, that's 69K is a big resistance for Bitcoin. So I think 69K is a really good buy for BITI and around that range. You are coming up into a pretty big resistance point here. Qs are still trying to push up here. QQQ, SMCI still very, very strong. All right, here comes a little bit of a reversal in crypto. Still not officially at my level in terms of BITI, but definitely getting close to watching it. I'm getting close to watching it. You know, Bitcoin really has to connect with 69K for myself. All right, Bitcoin's retesting 69K here, guys. So BITI is going to be an interesting play at these levels. I do think 69K is a nice resistance shorts to start a position on BITI, so get ready. I will be getting ready to go long BITI. Qs are still trying to consolidate, putting in a little bit of a flag pattern right underneath this EMA 113. Tesla weak. Amazon had a nice reversal back to the high side. It's looking exceptionally strong. It's the monster move continuing in Bitcoin. We're testing that 69K. We briefly just almost pierced it there. We almost pierced it. Amazon's just flying here, so Qs are still acting very, very well. Qs are still acting very, very well. Dollars at the lows. Russell's putting in a bull flag. NVIDIA is running into a little bit of resistance here with the Qs at that EMA 113. Still have massive strength in NVIDIA. MSTR is still surging. Guys, get ready to do BITI. I'm actually going to play it with some calls, some $8 calls expiring next week, or sorry, this week, end of the week. So size appropriately. You can do common shares. I have no issues with that. But Bitcoin's approaching, so BITI, I'm looking at $8 calls for March 28th, end of the week. All right, there is Bitcoin. I just picked up some $8 calls for expiring the end of the week on BITI. I got filled at 12.5 cents. 12.5 cents. Common shares down here make a lot of sense too. I do think common shares down here make a lot of sense. Bitcoin's still pressing higher though. It's still wanting to push and push and push. Still squeezing. Look at Qs. Qs are absolutely ripping here as well. Wow. Nice job. Ram made 90% on the AMD call. Yeah, that was a slam dunk. That was a home run that hit. That was a nice move. SMCI is still ripping. NVIDIA is still strong. Apple's trying to firm up. Meta's trying to go green. So still a ton of strength right now throughout the entire broad market. Bitcoin's still acting resilient. Definitely Bitcoin's getting extended in this range. All right, guys, I just took some common shares as well for a day trade on BITI, 758. I got filled at 758. It's a 1/4 position, long BITI, which is a short on Bitcoin. How's AMD doing? AMD's gone green on the session. AMD went green on the session. How about that? How about that? So pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Bitcoin's still acting well here. Bitcoin is still acting very, very well. Amazon's coming in just a touch. Apple's still looking weak. Qs are still trying to hold up here. Sorry, my cat was just about to smack a mug off of the one of our counters. I had to stop her there. No. So pesky. All right, so we are seeing NVIDIA starting to weaken just a touch here. So NVIDIA is starting to weaken. Bitcoin still no pullback. Short MSTR, yeah, you could. Just recognize it has a little bit more beta to it. You know, I'm just doing right now the, you could even take put options, 1700 puts on MSTR, but Bitcoin still hasn't had a pullback yet. So let's just be mindful that it's still a tough short at the moment. But yeah, you could play MSTR, definitely. So right now the Russell's the best performing index at the moment. Microsoft has had a really big bounce off of the lows. So Qs are still trying to push Bitcoin. Here comes the Qs waning a little bit. NVIDIA also weakening. NVIDIA is starting to come in a little bit heavier. AMD's back to the slightly negative side. Let's see if they want to slam these semis back lower. That's what I'm waiting for. Bitcoin, small pullback in Bitcoin at the moment, just a tiny pullback. NVIDIA is starting to weaken just a little bit more now, so that could put a little bit more pressure on the semis. All right, Bitcoin's starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. We're up, but just a touch on those BITI calls, the BITI long. So just waiting for those to try to firm up here. DWAC up 9. Canopy growth still down quite substantially. Qs look like they're trying to actually come down. Qs are still acting well here. Apple's trying to firm up. There's a little bit of a bigger drop coming into the picture now. Still seeing MSTR above 1735. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the 69.1 level, but still acting quite resilient on the session, so really nothing concerning there. It is trying to come in a little bit more. It is trying to come in just a touch more. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit harder now, guys. So you can see our BITI trying to firm up nicely. So it is coming in just a touch harder at the moment. Again, we've taken profits on AMD. That was a really, really good trade. We set that up in the pre-market. Sold a little early, but still made money. We made money on, what else did we make money on? Scrolling through my charts here. Oh yeah, a little bit of QQQ calls in the morning. We made money on the 444 calls on QQQ. Now I'm writing 444 and 443 puts on the QQQ. I also took a high-risk lotto play on AMD 175 put. We're writing an ACN 340 call for the end of the week. We're writing this $8 call for BITI at the end of the week. We're writing these common shares long. So let's see if we can get some more potential downside in this market. Again, we are seeing MSTR starting to come in just a touch now, with Bitcoin dumping a little bit harder. So Bitcoin is dumping a little bit harder. I think even 950 puts on NVIDIA. Again, we've been seeing NVIDIA strong in the morning sessions, and then it comes in a little bit in the late session. It starts to weaken. AMD's got a little bit of a 2-minute bear flag forming on the chart. AMD, SMCI still a monster today, up over 8.69%. Bitcoin trying to catch another little bid here at the moment. Apple's trying to firm up. NVIDIA is just weakening a touch here, so the sell side pressure is really coming through NVIDIA at the moment. Come on, Qs, break it down. Nike went red. Did it? Did Nike go red? Just looking at it on my other screen, yep. You're seeing MSTR still fighting, trying to push up here. NVIDIA is still trying to push. Qs are still trying to hold steady. They're holding above the 10-minute EMA 113 at the moment, the Qs. Dixie's trying to catch a minor little bid here. Meta's trying to push. Google still got a little bit of a 10-minute potential bear flag. Microsoft's really firmed up off of the lows, so it's a nice little reversal in Microsoft. That could help the indices here. You know, you still have NVIDIA up 2, Apple down 1.25, Microsoft down 0.9, Bitcoin up 2.9, MSTR up 14. Monster. What a monster. Micron up about 6. So crazy, crazy moves. NVIDIA is still trying to push. Tesla's negative coming in. Tesla looked like it was strong at the open, up 0.5%, and now it's coming in pretty sharply. Qs are still trying to firm up here. AMD is trying to firm up. NVIDIA is still trying to push higher, back above its EMAs. Look at the Qs trying to push again. Qs appear like they're trying to go for their little gap fill here. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit harder now, guys. So Bitcoin is starting to curl. Bitcoin is starting to curl down here. As the dollar's trying to firm up, you have Bitcoin trying to curl down. All right, Qs are starting to roll over a little bit heavier here, a little bit heavier. Still seeing Bitcoin holding above 69K. MSTR really hasn't moved down. I just took a 950 put on NVIDIA expiring the end of the week. 950 put on NVIDIA expiring the end of the week. Dixie's trying to firm. You're seeing Microsoft running into some resistance at these levels. Again. Dollar's still trying to firm up on the 5 and 10 minute chart. Still the Q's trying to firm up. Russell's coming in just a little bit now. Bitcoin's still holding steady. AVGO is actually looking to roll over negative, guys. I went along NVIDIA, new highs imminent. ANF dumping, thank you. Good updates. Thoughts on short on Roblox? Let's take a look at Roblox. RBLX. Just give me a second here with this chart. So yeah, Roblox is under a little bit of pressure right now. Closing below the daily 200 at the moment. Not looking good. Not looking good. You know, you're coming up into this little gap fill zone at around 35 bucks. But yeah, this looks like a short. This looks like a continuation short. Definitely. Guys, I just took a 1690 put on MSTR. 1690 put on MSTR. 1690 put on MSTR. Expiry next week. Or sorry, end of the week. Let's look at that BITI trade. Still holding that. Yeah, I do think it'll go down again. Obviously, Bitcoin's strong, right? Bitcoin had that stellar 4-5% rally over the weekend, and now it's up another 2.42%, trading at 69,000. But we're just started shorting it again here. Right at this day trade level, we're long BITI at 758, and I have $8 calls expiring at the end of the week. Took a 950 put on NVIDIA, riding a 444 and a 443 0DT put on the Qs, kind of going against us at the moment. But looking for some more downside in this market in some of the semi names. I do think that semis will see some downward pressure. Small caps are starting to break down. Simultaneously, Microsoft has had a really big bid off of the lows, so I'm expecting that one to probably come down a little bit as well. MSTR still holding up okay. It's just fighting this little bit of a distribution range at the moment. Let's look at Intel here. Intel's still pushing. Crypto's still trying to push. NVIDIA is still relentlessly strong. Small caps are coming in just a little bit now. Small caps are coming in a little bit hotter at the moment. MSTR is still up 14.5%, pushing for new highs on MSTR. It's correlating with Bitcoin, trying to recapture 69K and press higher. Dixie's also trying to firm up just a bit here. Qs are just consolidating here in a range. Bitcoin's pressing. Qs are still trying to establish a little bit of a flag pattern. It does appear to be looking bullish. At this point. But just recognize we didn't start off strong. We started the session actually very, very weak. Bitcoin still trying to catch a bid. Tesla red again. Yep, Tesla's weak. Tesla's weak. You know, every little pop that it seems to get keeps getting sold into. Here you have NVDA seeing a little bit of minor weakness. Some minor weakness creeping into NVIDIA. Still seeing some strength in utility stocks. So again, utility stocks are looking quite interesting from my point of view. NVIDIA coming in a little bit harder now. MSTR is still trying to punch through. How's Lucid doing? Lucid actually got that bid, some more financing. All right, NVIDIA is starting to peel down pretty sharply here. NVIDIA, and again, NVIDIA has the power to drag the Qs down, just like it has been dragging it up. When NVIDIA falls, that's typically can have a lot of power to the downside on the Qs. MicroStrategy is still pumping higher here. I mean, MicroStrategy is going for new highs here. Just put in new highs. Its gap fill is sitting right around that 1780 level. About 1780. Just a pierce of 1780. There's a big liquidity gap on MSTR. Bitcoin still just hovering in the 69K range. Let's take a peek at Bitcoin. A little bit of a sell side pressure candle. Okay, a little bit more downside coming into the Qs now, guys. So again, I'm writing 444 0DT puts and 443 as well. 443 is a little bit of a long shot. Bitcoin's starting to roll over a little bit. Same thing with MSTR now. So let's see if Bitcoin can trigger this little micro head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart. Russell's catching a small bounce here. Nat gas went from red to green, so that's showing some signs of improvement in the nat gas space. Certainly a good sign for nat gas. Amazon coming in. Apple's trying to press our energy stocks. XLE's still pumping. RIG, XOM. Wow, monster moves in energy still. Still monster moves in energy. All right, NVIDIA is coming in a little bit harder now. WTI. Wow, oil's just a monster, trading almost back to 82 a barrel. That's crazy. Nat gas trying to make a red to green reversal. That's nice. That's nice. Price action in nat gas, trying to firm it up. But oil's just really the talk of the town here. I mean, it's just a monster on oil. A monster on oil. Pretty crazy. Bitcoin trying to get another little pop here. Oil's still surging. MSTR still pushing. Bitcoin's catching another pop. What's Boeing doing again? MSTR still trying to push higher here along with AMD. Qs are just still stuck in a range, but trying to firm up. And you still have Apple curling. Big push on AMD again. Really big push on AMD. MSTR going for a new high of day. Oil still rallying here, guys. Trying to form a bull flag breakout on oil. Just a monster. And that's going to have to cause the dollar to try to firm up here. Inflation's going to get out of line here. You know, oil is still just a beast. Oil is still just a beast. You're back in AMD calls. Yeah, that's proving to be nice at the moment. It is proving to be nice. Bitcoin kind of getting rejected at this zone. NVDA Qs are now coming in a little bit heavier. Is Google going to turn green? No, I don't think so. You're putting in a 10-minute bear flag. Wow, AMD. Yep, AMD's a monster today, right? Remember, AMD was oversold, right? Piercing that 50-day moving average. Semis are still in a bull market, a raging bull market. So that's why we took calls, right? You know, could have held those calls a lot longer. You know, we only took 174 calls. Sorry, 175 calls, and we're at 180, right? So just shows you how strong this market can be. Definitely does. It's impressive. Very, very impressive to see. Still waiting on Bitcoin to give us any sort of a definitive move. Waiting on 950 puts on NVIDIA. QQQ. Still seeing strength in that gas. Energy across the board is acting well. MSTR still trying to press higher here. Bitcoin trying to make another move. Amazon's getting faded here. Apple's trying to firm up. Nat gas making another push higher here. So a little bit of a reversal daily candle on nat gas is being formed. So nice signs. Nat gas showing some strength here, some signs, right? Still not above 186, but it is showing some positivity here. It is showing some positivity. You have Lucid up 9.2, Canopy Growth down 10.9, AMD up 0.5% after being down almost 4%, Intel still down 1.79, Apple still down 1.1, Microsoft lagging at the moment. Qs are trying to firm up here at the moment though. NVDA trying to firm up, performing everything. That's up 0.76%. Bitcoin still above 69K and trying to climb. MSTR still acting like a beast. Bitcoin really hasn't had any sort of a pullback yet. Qs are still down 0.3, SPY down 0.13, and the Russell's positive on the session. Bitcoin still trying to make a move higher here. MSTR still trying to press. So Bitcoin creating a little bit of a bullish wedge at the moment. It is trying to firm up. MSTR still pushing. NVIDIA still slightly weakening here against the QQQ market. Will we potentially see some of that liquidity that came out of Intel, or out of AMD? Will we see it come out of NVIDIA and flow back into those names? New highs on MSTR. That's still ripping. Qs are still trying to push higher here. IWM trying to break a bull flag structure. Tesla still lagging. Apple's really firmed up here. Guys, I just sold my Apple 170 calls. Look at Bitcoin go, guys. Look at Bitcoin go. MSTR still pumping here. There's a nice little breakout on the Bitcoin. Qs are trying to follow suit and push. Bitcoin's a monster right now. Qs are still trying to press higher here. Bitcoin absolutely flying, guys. Bitcoin is still flying. MSTR is still pushing. Oops. In terms of where I'd add to my BITI, again, it's just in a starter position that we added here at 758 to the day trade. I really would only add to Bitcoin or BITI about 10 cents lower, so 748. Qs are still trying to firm up here. NVDA. QQQ AMD still pushing. Bitcoin still trying to push. Dixie is actually getting a really big surge now, so that might hinder the markets just a touch. Might hinder the markets just a touch. As of now, things are still looking firm and trying to press. NVIDIA is still pressing higher here. Tesla's trying to firm up. Microsoft curling down. Amazon's still weak on the session. But Qs are looking to break this little bit of a flag pattern. Trying to press for it's a little bit of a gap fill. Gap fill sits at 446.20, give or take. 446.20 is your gap fill in the Qs. Qs are trying to firm up and keep pushing. They're still pushing. Dixie's still trying to make a move up here. Microsoft's kind of lagging at the moment. And a little bit of a low trying to be formed in the Dixie chart here. You can see it's breaking out of a small intraday 1 minute formation, an inverse head and shoulders. So I do expect the Dixie to try to press a little bit higher here. Let's see if it puts any sort of pressure on the overall markets. As of now, Qs are still trying to keep its uptrend. SMCI going for a new high. MSTR is starting to weaken just a touch here. So MSTR is trying to weaken here. Qs are still remaining firm. No real pullback. Dixie's still trying to make another bull flag breakout here, guys. Dixie's still trying to make a little bit of a break. AMD is still really firm. Resistance on AMD lies at the 7-day moving average now, sitting at 183.30. That's your resistance on AMD. You know, you are hitting some 10-minute chart resistance at the moment. You know, in terms of sector performance, let's just look at these sectors again. You have communications down 0.5%. I'm just going through all the negative ETFs. Financials down, industrials down, XLK down, staples are down, real estate down, healthcare down, consumer discretionary down. The only bright spots right now are utilities, energy, and materials, and regionals are actually performing well. Dixie's still trying to push higher, MSTR, Bitcoin's still trying to push higher. NVDA ripping here. NVIDIA seems to be wanting to go for new highs on the session. So all the semis are still trying to rip. Microsoft's actually coming down now. Microsoft's coming in pretty heavy. MSTR is weakening. Now Bitcoin's coming in. Bitcoin is starting to come in. NVIDIA coming in a little bit harder as well. Q's also coming in just a touch. Dixie's still trying to break out. So you're seeing Bitcoin coming in a little bit faster now, guys. Bitcoin is coming in a little bit faster. I'm writing a BITI long. We're also writing a MSTR 1690 put. 1690 put. Still writing an NVIDIA 950 put expiring end of the week. Come on, Bitcoin. Like a total stop hunt at exactly 11 on Bitcoin. Yeah, that seems to be. Let's look at ANF again. Or ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch, new lows. Yeah, look at that downward pressure. Nice short. If you caught that down 6.79, nice job. Whoever caught, what was that, mindfulness meditation, you were all over that one. Yeah, ANF, big drop on ANF. Nice trade there. Beautiful trade. Damn, should have watched that one with the open. Nice trade. Give yourself a round of applause there. That's a nice win. All right, let's focus back on Bitcoin again. Guys, I'll be right back. Just have to take a quick little phone call. I'm still going to be here. So at the moment, nat gas is actually pumping. You know, it's now up nicely, about 1.17%. Oil's still really strong. Still putting in a bit of a flag pattern on oil. Looks like it wants to continue higher. MSTR still really strong. Q's still just consolidating. Looks like they're trying to break higher here. We'll see though. All right, a little bit more of a down move coming in NVDA at the moment. MSTR is weakening. Bitcoin's also weakening. Come on, let's see what we can get here. Bitcoin's selling off really hard now, guys. Bitcoin's starting to come in just a touch here. So a little bit of a failed breakout off of this wedge pattern potential. We've got to wait for more data here. NVIDIA is still trying to stay firm. Qs are coming in just a touch. Microsoft's breaking down a little bit. Meta's curling over. You know, most sectors are red today again, guys. Most sectors are red. Very interesting. Can NVIDIA trigger a little intraday head and shoulders? Come on, Qs. IWM still trying to form a little bit of a bull flag pattern. Bitcoin's still trying to come down just a touch. Qs are going for a new high. Trying to actually break out here on the Qs. Strength coming through Microsoft. Microsoft had a really big candle there to the upside, so Qs are now pressing. Look at the Qs go. So nice little new high of day coming in the Qs. They are trying to put in a new high of day. Bitcoin's rolling over a little bit more, guys. Bitcoin is starting to roll. You have MSTR starting to now roll over. AMD still grinding higher. MSTR is coming in a bit more. Come on, Bitcoin. I could see Bitcoin retesting. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, Bitcoin's into this similar resistance, this previous neckline. So I could see Bitcoin coming all the way back down to 67.5 today. That certainly could play out. Qs are now coming in just a little bit more. NVIDIA is seeing some sell side pressure at the moment. Come on, Bitcoin, break this wedge. Give it up. Give it up. Bitcoin tried breaking out of this wedge. Now it appears to be under pressure. NVIDIA is on watch for a little bit of a minor head and shoulders pattern. It hasn't triggered yet, but an intraday pattern could bring us down to about 944 on the charts. And again, if NVIDIA starts to sell, it's going to bring down the SOXX. It's going to bring down the Qs, the S&P has a huge weighting across the board and everything. You're getting Bitcoin's getting now a little bit of a pop. The dollar's also trying to get a little bit of a pop here, guys. Qs are just holding that EMA 113 like a champ. Not really wanting to give it up. Bitcoin bouncing, trying to hold 69.3. Amazon looks weak. Microsoft firming up again. Apple still looks weak again. Tesla's also looking a little bit fragile in this region. Qs, though, still trying to hold up. Qs are still trying to hold. Now gas taking a small little minor breather at the moment. Intel's trying to almost go green. Bitcoin pushing right back up again. Meta's curling back down. Microsoft, big stick down there on Microsoft. Really big stick down. Does anyone have any news on FSR? I know they terminated a deal, but is their trick? I know they're halted right now. Is that ticker done for good now? I know they had some pretty negative news, company pulling out of their potential acquisition deal or talks. So that's putting some pressure on them. So the IWM is still ripping here, trying to put in a bullish consolidation pattern on the daily chart. But again, any type of pattern can fail. Bitcoin seeing some more selling. Microsoft seeing some more selling. Amazon's curling down. Meta's curling down. I think FSR is reverse splitting. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So right now we're just in a Bitcoin short. I'm writing an NVIDIA 950 put. Still holding on to these 444 QQQ puts. Members, we've picked up a couple new call positions today. Bitcoin pushing up, same thing with MicroStrategy. Big push back in the crypto names. MicroStrategy basically putting in new highs. Huge volume though coming into Bitcoin at this region. Fairly big volume coming into Bitcoin at this region. Still inside of a little bit of a 10-minute topping tail that occurred around that 11 a.m. time frame. Alright, so Qs are coming down, NVIDIA's coming down. So let's see if we can get these QQQ 444 puts in the money. Let's see if we can get 950 puts on NVIDIA. QQQ 444 puts expire today. They are 0 DTEs. NVIDIA is at the end of the week, so a little bit less risky on NVIDIA. Come on. Qs are still holding. Seeing Apple trying to bounce, Tesla's curling up, NVIDIA's curling down. Does appear that NVIDIA wants to break lower. Kind of been underperforming the Qs really since we've been in this little bit of a consolidation pattern in the Qs. So you can see NVIDIA's testing the neckline as we speak. Let's see if this causes issues in the market. Still the Qs down on the session, right? So still net more distribution going on today. Majority of sectors are still red at the moment. AMD is seeing some slight little rejection, some minor rejection on AMD. Qs are still holding up inside this range. NVDA is still holding the little neckline. Bitcoin's still holding up okay. Meta's curling down. You have SMCI up still up 9% on the session. An absolute monster on SMCI. AMD seeing a little minor reversal. Bitcoin still trying to hold steady. MicroStrategy still pushing above 1800. NVIDIA is still seeing some sellers in this region. Qs are still just consolidating, trying to build a little bit of a flag pattern. The Dixie 5-minute chart also trying to put in a bit of a flag pattern. All right, so here comes NVIDIA now. NVIDIA is starting to roll over. A tiny bit heavier, testing this little neckline break. Let's see if it can start to sell off here and play catch up to the downside. It's still outperforming all the other mega caps. You know, between Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, you have Apple and Microsoft down just 1%, 1.24%. NVIDIA is still up 1.5%. So are we going to run into a scenario where NVIDIA joins the number one and number two, the largest companies in the world, negative on the session? Are we going to see that today? There could be a scenario where we see that. So just be cognizant of that. If we do see that scenario play out where NVIDIA goes negative, it's going to cause a lot of pressure on the Qs. At this point in time, you have seen a lot of other semiconductors like Intel, SMCI, AMD. You know, AMD was down 3.5%. Whoops. Sorry if my screen just kind of lagged there. Let me just make sure my windows are still okay. Sorry about that, guys. Can everyone still see the screen okay? A little bit of a glitch here on TradingView. Does anyone still see? Is my screen okay? Just doing a screen check. Because I'm seeing nothing on my TradingView. I'm just seeing a blank white screen. So hopefully you all can still see the screen, but I'm just seeing blank. Yeah, we can see. Okay, good. All right, NVIDIA breaking down here, guys. NVIDIA is starting to sell off a little bit more. So a nice potential breakdown occurring in NVIDIA that should drag the Qs down simultaneously. NVIDIA kind of getting gobbled right back up. You have Bitcoin selling off just a little bit again. So Bitcoin is trying to see some more sell side pressure. Come on, break it down, NVIDIA. MSTR coming in just a touch. AVGO's actually gone negative. So, I mean, it does support lower price action. You have AVGO, one of the more important semiconductors, negative on the session now, down 0.3%. So maybe the sell side pressure in NVIDIA is going to take us lower. There's a significant chance that that could happen now. Thank you guys. Mindfulness meditation, saying it's a 100% guaranteed lock that NVIDIA makes new all-time highs. Looking for 1100 to 1200 by end of April. You know, nothing's a guarantee. When I start hearing such strong conviction like that, it makes me skeptical. When people start using words like guaranteed, that's a tough one. Nothing's a guarantee in this business, guys. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not even NVIDIA is a guarantee. It's been a guarantee. So Bitcoin's still holding steady here. Steady Eddie. SMCI still looking firm. NVIDIA trying to get above that neckline again. MicroStrategy is seeing a little bit more selling at the moment. Seeing Google curling down, Meta curling down, Apple putting in a bear flag. NVIDIA obviously triggered the neckline, getting slightly rejected at the moment. Bitcoin's still holding above 69K impressively at the moment. Definitely looking impressive at the moment. Can they take NVIDIA negative today? Can they take NVIDIA negative today? That's personally what I'm looking for. I think that there's signs that they may drop NVIDIA. You know, they firmed up Intel, they firmed up AMD, they firmed up SMCI. So maybe they're taking liquidity from NVIDIA, and NVIDIA could rotate down. Again, Qs are still negative on the session, down by 0.29. SPY's down by 0.14. Microsoft down 1, Apple down 1.2, NVIDIA still up 1.5. Still a monster of a stock, you know, every day it continues to grind higher and higher and higher. But I'm seeing AVGO weak, so that might be near-term signs that NVIDIA could see weakness. But right now, it's trying to get above that neckline, so this is the big level to watch on NVIDIA. Let's just actually redraw this little neckline with a channel, since it's a pretty sharp wick there. You can see it is trying to get back above that zone as we speak. There goes the Qs and AMD trying to firm up. Rig doing well today? Yep, Rig is doing really well. I'll take a trade if it's a 100% guarantee. That's fun. MSTR, Bitcoin pushing right back up. Tesla's getting a really big bid. Q's just still stuck in a range here, trying to break out. A little bit of a flag pattern. Bitcoin still above 69.6. You can see it's trying to press higher here. Qs are also trying to press higher. Qs are trying to break out here. Tesla looking a little bit stronger at this point, trying to firm up. Dixie's softening, which is helping the Qs. NVDA trying to press. Qs are also trying to press for the gap fill. Pre-market highs at this 446.02. Gap fill obviously 446.20. Gap fill takes you positive. MU mooning. Yeah, MU's been a beast, right? There goes the Qs. NVIDIA is trying to keep a small lid on it at this point. Slight rejection again on NVIDIA's neckline. Qs are trying to firm up, but slight rejection there. Two little intraday reversals on the Qs. Bitcoin's still pressing higher here, guys. Bitcoin is still pressing higher. You have the S&P trying to go green, so the SPY is trying to go green. MU still up 9.7. Monster move rigs up 5.3. Oil still very, very strong. XLE, the best performing sector today. Nat gas taking a small breather, oil taking a small breather, just putting in some consolidation. NVIDIA has triggered this head and shoulders, but it hasn't confirmed it yet. And you can see the Qs still putting in potentially a bullish pattern. But I am seeing Meta trying to curl down again, Amazon, Microsoft. Again, NVIDIA is below this neckline. So definitely a little bit of relative weakness. As the Qs have been pushing higher, NVIDIA's just been really stuck in this range. Whether or not it's consolidating to make a bigger move higher or lower. Intraday, it has triggered a little bit of a minor. If it stays below this, we should have a move lower. And if it starts to sell, it's going to drag the Qs down. Dixie's still weak on the session, softening. Bitcoin still up 3.7, MSTR up 18.6. 18.6, impressive. Very, very impressive. NVIDIA's trying to get back above that little area. Qs are still trying to put in some bullish consolidation. Let's see if they can push higher. Apple's firming up. Again, it's coming down to NVIDIA. It's really NVIDIA starting to weigh on things. It's starting to put a bit of a negative spin on AMD as well. I'm seeing the SOXS seeing a slight little bit of accumulation, just a touch. So we'll see if it gets rejected here. Still waiting on 950 puts on NVIDIA. You think Intel will gravitate to that $39 region? Let's take a look at Intel. INTC. So, Intel had that big bounce. It triggered the head and shoulder stay, but it's actually getting negated. Our Qs are trying to press higher here. So you can see Intel triggered that little bearish formation, but it's trying to recapture the neckline. If it can get above it, then the pattern is still, it's not valid. But Intel's severely underperforming the semiconductors, severely. Qs again trying to make another move higher here. They are appearing to want to break out. Bitcoin just made a new high of day. Interesting to see MSTR not following suit. So the near-term top in Bitcoin is probably coming here intraday because MSTR is actually not pushing for new highs as opposed to Bitcoin is. So whenever you start seeing a little bit of a divergence, showing that, okay, people are starting to take profits in the crypto equities. We're getting a little stretched intraday on Bitcoin's price. Maybe it can keep going. But MSTR is still seeing a little bit of minor selling in this region. Not much minor. Just minor. Qs are still looking to try to break this little flag pattern and press higher. Bitcoin's still pumping. Apple pushing, Microsoft, Google, Meta. So everything's now curling back up to the high side, except for AMD and NVIDIA right now. All right, Qs are trying to break the range to the high side. MSTR is coming in some more now, guys. MSTR is coming in some more. You can see the Qs though are firming up, trying to break out and test the high of day. Gap fill again, 446.20. Apple's really pushing Microsoft, Google. Everything's curling up in the Qs except for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still just stuck here. So, I mean, if NVIDIA can get above this neckline, it's going to catapult the Qs probably into this gap fill. But as of now, it's still underneath that neckline. Bitcoin's still remaining strong here. There goes NVIDIA. There goes the Qs again. So NVIDIA is still struggling here at this neckline despite the Qs pressing. So again, if NVIDIA breaks down, it will hinder the Qs here. It will, because again, with NVIDIA's weighting in the SOX, in the SMH, it arguably has more weighting and influence than Apple and Microsoft. Apple and Microsoft still negative on the session. Seeing a little bit more sell side pressure coming into the Qs at this region. Right now, 444 put on the Qs is sitting at a roughly about 25 cents a bid. I'm down on the session, but I'm still holding 444 puts on the Qs. My average is sitting at 40 cents a con, so I'm down. Still writing 950 put on NVIDIA. Still have Microsoft down 0.9, Apple down 1. Russell still performing up 0.75%. Dixie's trying to form a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. So the Dixie's trying to firm up here. That's what could push the markets over the edge here. You have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders forming on the DXY chart. Maybe this is where Bitcoin's also going to run into some near-term resistance. The Qs are still holding up. Let's watch this dollar chart. I'm still watching Bitcoin on my other screen. Still no breakdown in NVIDIA. It hasn't confirmed, but you're just consolidating, putting in a potential little bear flag on the 2-minute chart here. Qs are still acting resilient, trying to firm up. Microsoft making a big push. You have Apple making another push. AMD coming in just a touch again. QQQ still remaining firm, and that's because Apple's trying to push up. Apple's trying to push up. Bitcoin retesting 70K on Bitcoin. So BTC is trying to retest 70K. BITI. Still interested in adding to my BITI, basically at 748, about 2 cents lower from current entry. So 2 cents lower. Here comes the potential confirmed candle break on NVIDIA. We'll know in 2 minutes. If we get a close below this little sell-off candle, NVIDIA is likely going to test 944 today. We're actually below it right now. We are falling below it right now. Qs are still just holding strength, despite NVIDIA seeing some selling. Qs are still holding up. Bitcoin finally seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in this range. Qs are still okay though. Apple's still grinding here. Microsoft's still trying to grind. Let my dog back in. There's a big drop on NVIDIA. Decent sized drop on NVIDIA. Let's see if that starts to put a negative spin on crypto. Obviously, there's been a high correlation that I've observed between Bitcoin and NVIDIA. Well, really Bitcoin and the semis. Amazing to see the Q still holding up firm here. So that's really Apple and Google pressing, Amazon's pressing. MicroStrategy starting to come in a little bit here. NVIDIA did get that 2-minute candle break, guys. We did get that confirmed candle break. I'm still riding 950s. AMD's coming in a little bit hotter now. A little bit heavier price action in NVIDIA, guys. It's feeling a little bit heavy in this region. Qs are coming in. NVIDIA's now only up 1% on the session. Hitting that EMA 113, there is some support here. There is some support. Come on, break us down. Dixie's still trying to press higher. 10-minute potential engulfing on the Bitcoin chart. Let's look at the 10-minute chart of Bitcoin. Trying to put in a little bit of an engulfing candle. I'm actually going to switch to the BTC USDT. We're going to look at the Binance one. This is the Binance one. Okay. It's just a little bit actually delayed compared to my other chart. Let me see if I can find the better chart. Maybe KuCoin will be better. All right, NVIDIA finding a little bit of buyers coming into here. So remember, NVIDIA was the strong stock of the day, helping catapult the Qs back, off of this low rally here. Now the big question is, if NVIDIA breaks down, is the market going to be strong enough to really hold the gains that this bounce that we just had? NVIDIA was almost up. What was it? Up almost a couple, another 2.5% at the highs. Microsoft breaking down some more. Tesla, Apple still curling. Amazon, Google still curling up. So those 950s are starting to print here. Still think they can go in the money. I still think they can go in the money. Again, the downside target off of NVIDIA is all the way down here at 944 today. That's what it's triggered. So we'll see if it starts to wane a little bit more. Let's see if it even influences crypto. Those NVIDIA 950s are now sitting at around 1845. I got filled at 17. Come on, break it lower. Break it lower. Those NVIDIA 950s are coming in pretty hot now, guys. They are coming in pretty hot. Still waiting on Bitcoin. Still waiting on Bitcoin to break down. Still seeing heavier sell side pressure in NVIDIA. AMD's weakening again. Qs still holding up, but remember, there's been a lot of selling in the Qs. There has been quite a bit of selling in the Qs today. Obviously, NVIDIA negated a large share of that. Forgive me, guys. I'm just actually eating at the moment, so I apologize if you hear me chewing. All right, we are seeing Microsoft also running into some sellers. MSTR pulling in. Bitcoin also pulling in. You can see the Qs are still just in this range. Right? We really haven't broken this support range yet. We're hanging on. We're teetering on. A little bit of a knife thread here. We're just teetering here. Bitcoin still remaining firm. All right, those 950s on NVIDIA are in the money. I repeat, those 950s in NVIDIA are in the money. I actually think NVIDIA can retest this little channel that it chopped in for quite a long time. AMD still coming in hot. Bitcoin's still strong. Qs are trying to bounce here. NVIDIA's still looking fairly heavy in this range. Volume is increasing, but we are seeing the other QQQ components break down. So, I mean, it could push NVIDIA lower. AMD's breaking down. The SOXS is catching a nice bid. AVGO is negative. So still more selling coming in. MSTR also coming in. Bitcoin's still strong though. The Dixie's trying to firm up here, guys. So we are seeing the Dixie trying to press higher here. Next support on the Q's at 444.71. 444.71. I just trimmed half my 950 put on NVIDIA. Gonna leave some runners. It is till the end of the week. Qs are getting a nice little bounce there. Dixie's still trying to firm up. Still seeing Amazon push up, Tesla pushing up, Microsoft curling up, Google curling down, Meta curling down, Apple curling down. NVIDIA also curling down. QQQ broken the key little trend here. Should retest 444.50. Russell's getting slightly faded. Look at the Dixie, guys. Dixie's trying to break out of this little inverse that we discussed. So, I mean, still no weakness in the Qs yet. In Bitcoin. But you have had MSTR pull in from the highs. So MSTR hit a high of roughly 1823, now trading at 1775. I'm still riding my Bitcoin short, still have 1690 puts on MSTR. Expiring end of the week. AMD coming in. All right, Bitcoin's now starting to come in a little bit heavier, so that's also could put pressure on the equity markets as well. crypto related stocks, NVDA, typically when Bitcoin's not doing well, it does apply a little bit of minor pressure to the semiconductors. There is a little bit of a correlation there. All right, 444 puts are looking likely, guys. They are coming in. Again, I'm still riding my 444 puts on the Qs. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit harder right now. Took half profits on NVIDIA 950. Still riding NVIDIA 950. I have one con left. Come on. Slam it down. Slam it down. Dixie is breaking out, guys. Dixie is breaking out. AMD is selling pretty hard. Good to see ACN bouncing, guys. So that ACN trade that we took, it actually ended up piercing some key moving averages here. It actually pierced the daily, but it's getting a nice bounce off that daily 200 now. So we are starting to see it firm up just a bit. Even though the equities markets are selling, good to see this name firming up. Quite a bit of weakness creeping into crypto and related stocks. Sorry, just swallowed the wrong hole there. All right, QQQ is trying to bounce. Crypto's coming down now. Bitcoin's starting to see some heavier sell side pressure, guys. Heavier sell side pressure. And the Dixie is trying to break out of that inverse head and shoulders. NVIDIA almost to its downside target of 944. Still see some more downside. Likely going to creep into NVIDIA. At the moment, Apple's holding up well. Microsoft's trying to hold. Meta's curling up. Amazon, Google, all trying to curl up. So it's really just a little bit of semiconductor weakness that crept into the picture here. So semis did see some sell side pressure. Still could take NVIDIA negative today. NVIDIA is trying to retest its previous Friday high. Friday's previous high was sitting at 947.60. So we're almost there. We actually briefly pierced it. Let me just draw that on the chart. So if we look at Friday's high on NVIDIA, it's roughly sitting right here at this 947.75 zone. So you can see it actually briefly pierced it. Now it's getting a bounce. It is getting a pretty large size bounce at the moment. But still the downside target takes us a little bit lower here, down to this 944.43 zone. Just seeing here what could be unfolding. And now we could be shaping up. If we create a right shoulder on the Qs, then you could have a little mini head and shoulders. We'll see. Dollar is still trying to press higher and break out. So the Dixie is still trying to press and break out. Qs are pushing right back up, getting a nice bounce. Bitcoin too, everything across the board. Microsoft, big push. Dixie still trying to break out here. Hasn't quite officially done so yet. Energy stocks still flying to the high side. DWAC's up 16%. Adobe up 1.8. So still pretty big strong moves across the indices. Microsoft putting a little bit of a 5-minute bull flag. Apple getting rejected at its double top. Still putting in higher lows on Apple at the moment. You think Intel will gravitate? Okay, let's read that. Increased volumes in Tesla, bullish or increased volatility. Yeah, Tesla is looking interesting here. It is looking more positive, right? I do see those volume spikes a couple 10-minute candles ago. Tesla rejected twice at 172.38, right in line I've drawn from before. Yeah, and remember, I mean, we're hitting a big 172.50 is a big call range, right? It's a big strike range on Tesla's chart, so it's running into resistance there, but you're seeing it rejected at 172.38. Yeah, right just above that strike, so right before it goes in the money. It is rejecting slightly. Really big pushback in MicroStrategy, NVDA getting another push. Q's still forming potentially now a right shoulder. So now we got to watch because you have potentially a little left shoulder on the Q's forming here. You have this left shoulder. This could be your head. This could be the making of a right shoulder. Let's watch out. And I am still seeing that DXY trying to break out. That DXY is still trying to break out. Apple's still coming in quite a bit here. Microsoft still looking constructive. Meta's still looking a little constructive. Tesla's still okay. NVIDIA's obviously bouncing here. Amazon's trying to break out of a little bit of a flag pattern intraday. Bitcoin's still really just stuck at the 69.6 level. Big push there in the Qs. Dixie getting rejected at its neckline. So, I mean, that's why the markets are still liking the fact that the Dixie hasn't officially broken out of that little neckline. It's trying, though. It is trying. Let's say we were to trigger this head and shoulders. Let's see if this would play out. That would put us right at 444. Amazon's now curling in. Same thing with AMD. Big push in the Qs there. Really big push in the Qs. Why is SMCI stronger than NVIDIA? You know, low float name. And obviously it's probably not being heard as much by that China news, right? With AMD and Intel. So it's probably sucking some money from Intel. Probably sucked a little bit from AMD. Bitcoin's still holding up really well. Amazon's curling down. You can see NVIDIA trying to firm up here. Dixie's still holding that neckline, trying to break out, but it has not done so just yet. I repeat, it has not done so just yet. Let's look at GameStop. Yeah, GameStop is flying. Wow. Oil's still really strong. Nat gas is still holding up relatively okay. Intel trying to firm up. ACN still trying to firm up here. ACN's now trading at 333.47, so it is trying to still firm up. Let's look at that Dixie chart again and Bitcoin. We'll also look back at Bitcoin in a second. You can see the Dixie is trying to make another attempt at breaking out here. Hasn't officially gotten above that neckline on a closing basis, but it's trying. It's trying to do so. NVIDIA coming in for another round of selling. AMD shaping up to be another 5-minute bear flag. Possible head and shoulders on Uber daily. Let's take a look at Uber. Uber daily chart. No, there's no head and shoulders here. So I mean, you're looking at this. This would be your left. This would be your right. Or sorry, this would be your left. This would be your head. This would be your right shoulder. The only issue with this, I mean, maybe, but the only issue is that you have to use your right shoulder pivot, which would be here. And then when you draw your neckline either has to be a flat or an upsloping neckline. So you don't have one because you can't draw your neckline to this pivot. So there's no real head and shoulders there. Intraday, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, no, still no intraday. Maybe an intraday one forming. Yeah, you could have one intraday. That one works. You can draw it two ways, either from that pivot or from this flat bottom neckline. Draw it like that. So maybe. You can see the Dixie still trying to firm up here. Now there is a potential head and shoulders forming on the QQQ chart, guys. There is a potential head and shoulders forming on the QQQ chart. Left shoulder, head. Maybe this is a right shoulder forming. Your neckline is this upsloping trend line. Think Uber has more upside? Let's see. It has been consolidating quite nicely in this range. So, I mean, potentially. It's been chopping sideways. That's a tight consolidation range at the highs. Yeah, this is putting in a weekly flag pattern to go higher here. This is shaping up to go higher. I see resistance probably at this trend line. So maybe it does want to have one final move into the 90s, mid 90s. So it is looking constructive in that range. Qs are trying to press up. NVIDIA is trying to push. GameStop right now is pumping up into earnings. What happened to MSTR today? Bro, did you say you're long BITI? Yes, we're long BITI. We have a small short starting a position on Bitcoin at the moment. So we are starting to, we have a day trade short on Bitcoin at the moment. It is trying to break down here just a touch. Also have puts on MSTR. I'm writing a 1690 put. Expires the end of the week. My contract that I got filled at on MSTR, let me just take a quick peek here. I got filled at 82.45. 82.45. So I'm down on the trade right now. But I got time on the clock. In terms of BITI, my average currently is sitting with just a starter position at the 758. I'll add at 748. Every 10 cents lower, I'll add to the day trade. All right, QQQ potentially shaping up a right shoulder here, guys. Potentially a right shoulder is on watch for the Qs. Amazon setting up a big breakdown. Look at this Amazon chart. So, I mean, Amazon's seeing some really, really hard downward pressure at the moment. Amazon potentially forming a bear flag, lowercase h pattern. That's not looking healthy. Not looking healthy. Apple still remaining quite firm, trying to push higher here. Russell 2000 still acting okay, but it is seeing some minor sell side pressure. A pretty big top wick starting to form. Apple's still pushing though. So I mean, Apple's still trying to put in higher lows, higher highs. It's going for a higher high right now. Microsoft just stuck in a range. NVIDIA just stuck in a range. Amazon getting hit pretty hard now. Bitcoin's coming in pretty hard. Dixie still hasn't broken out yet. So, I mean, we're still waiting on the Dixie to potentially firm up and break out, but it has not done so just quite yet. A little more sell side pressure coming into Bitcoin, guys. And that's really, the dollar still hasn't gone anywhere. The dollar still hasn't gone anywhere. Seeing more weakness starting to creep into the Qs, guys. Roku's performing well today. So Roku is performing well today. Meta's curling down. You have Microsoft breaking down. NVIDIA seeing some more sellers. So is AMD. Oil still absolutely ripping here up to 81.87. Nat gas is still looking poised to move higher intraday, putting in a nice flag pattern above the 10-minute EMA 113. Look at the Qs about to trigger this potential head and shoulders. Let's see if we break this neckline. QQQ broken. We'll see. It's still holding this 200 intraday. It's still technically putting in higher lows on the session. You have not gotten a lower low yet. Right, so here's your low of day, low, low, low. I mean, technically you did put in a lower low here, but I mean, it really wasn't a definitive one. Heavy volume coming in NVIDIA at this level. Bitcoin, still waiting on Bitcoin at the moment. Dixie still has not broken out. I think that's probably what pushes the indices over the little neckline here to the downside, is if you do get a little bit of a trend break. They are trying to firm up the markets as we speak, just a touch. Russell's slightly fading here. The Russell is looking to potentially see some more sell side pressure. Come on, Q's, break that neckline. Here we go. Dixie is trying to break out as well, guys. I'm seeing Microsoft trading to the low end of its range. It's breaking down. Come on. Drop it lower here. Qs are still just holding here. Bitcoin's still remaining firm. Dollar hasn't officially broken out, but trying to do so. It's getting very, very close to trying to break out here on the DXY. You know, the Dixie's been weak pretty much all morning. Big push there on NVDA. So Qs are being defended here. Qs, they're defending the Qs here. Dixie still hasn't broken out. Google's curling down. Apple's still trying to hold firm. Tesla's trying to push up. Meta's curling down. Right now it's mixed. You have some of the mega cap Magnificent 7 charts looking okay, like NVIDIA trying to firm up just a touch here. You have Tesla not looking too bad. Apple's still not looking bad. Microsoft, kind of mixed. Amazon's looking a little bad. But net, it's trying to firm up the Qs here. They are trying to firm up the Qs. Bitcoin pushing right back up. Magnificent price action in Bitcoin. Heavy volume coming in this range. Bitcoin's testing 70K again, making new highs on the daily session. MicroStrategy still under 1800, but trying to firm up here. So Bitcoin's still trying to press, which means that we're getting close to our next entry here on BITI. Still haven't added. I'm going to look to add at the 748. All right, guys, I just added there my second entry to BITI, 748. My average is now sitting at 753 on the day trade. Next add will be 10 cents lower. It will be 10 cents lower. We'll just keep Bitcoin up because it is trying to press higher and higher here. MicroStrategy still remaining firm. Things are still looking okay. Still seeing the Qs hanging on by a thread of this neckline. It hasn't officially broken the neckline. Has not officially broken. Amazon coming in, Meta curling down. Apple still holding firm. Microsoft curling down. You can see NVIDIA trying to remain firm right underneath this EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. Dixie still hasn't broken out yet, so the Dixie's still trying. but it has not done so yet. Qs are still just stuck in this range. You have Microsoft still down 1, Apple down 0.8, Qs down 0.3, NVIDIA up 1%. AMD is just flat, SMCI up 9.3, Tesla up 1, AVGO down 0.5. The SOXS is actually green again, so it's showing a net selling presence in the semiconductors. You have natural gas up 0.7, Meta, Google down, Amazon up 0.25%, oil still up 1.38% and ripping. IWM still positive on the session. Q's coming back down to the neckline. Let's see if this is the time we break it. Look at that volume surge on Bitcoin. Absolute beast. Absolute beast. All right, here comes the break in the Qs. Let's see if we can send this lower. Qs are triggering that head and shoulders, guys. Target is around 444. I repeat, target is around 444. Dixie still hasn't broken out yet, guys. Now you have Apple weakening, Bitcoin still remaining firm. Bitcoin's just a beast today. An absolute beast. Yep, I still do. I still have my puts on the Qs. My 444s on the Qs are sitting at 42 cents a con, so I'm down. But you can see now we need to adjust the neckline here because we're back above it. We can still use both of these resistance as support now. But we got back above that initial neckline, so the new neckline has now been negated. You actually have a slightly lower target around 443.78 now. If you trigger the lower one, we're above it, so now there's no bearish pattern in play at the moment. So that could have just been a little bit of a fake breakdown. We'll see. Still seeing the dollar trying to break out, but it hasn't done so effectively. Has not officially done so yet. Yep. Big breakout on Tesla. I do see that. Apple too. Apple pushing. So mega cap tech is trying to firm up across the board through Apple and Tesla. Let's see if the rest of the participants can join the party. As of now, the Qs are shaping up nicely. Really pushing back up here. NVIDIA trying to curl to the high side. Dixie's still trying, right? Bitcoin's still above 70K. Dixie is still trying. Still have many sectors red on the session. Only 4 sectors are green. Both Dow components are red. Regionals are green. Retail is down. Materials green. Energy green. Real estate utilities green. Let's see these PEGs. Bitcoin's still trying to even press higher here at the moment. There goes NVDA. NVIDIA's trying to firm up as well. Still no breakout on the Dixie, which is why the markets are still just trying to grind higher here. So no breakout on the Dixie just quite yet. Still attempting to do so. We'll see if it makes a successful attempt at all. You have Tesla still trying to push higher, Microsoft curling down, Meta's curling up, Amazon trying to curl up, Google trying to curl up, NVIDIA trying to curl up. Bitcoin's starting to get rejected and find some sellers at 70K. Your market maker for ASIN has been MIA. Hopefully ANF is going bankrupt. I don't know about that. Yeah, SMCI is potentially shaping up for head and shoulders on the daily, but it just had a little bit of a breakout of an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. I'll pull it up though. And remember, one thing about head and shoulders, you should only entertain it once we break the neckline, right? So, I mean, even if we come and test it, you could still bounce off the 900 zone here where this neckline is, and it still wouldn't trigger the bearish pattern, right? So when we look at it intraday, you can see that it triggered this mini inverse, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, big breakout. You know, this upside target should take you roughly to about, I'll call it 1100, just shy of 1100. Obviously, it doesn't have to get up there, but that's typically what that hourly chart pattern is showing, an 1100 upside. Microsoft Microsoft's weak. It's been getting rejected all day, which makes me think that, when you have Microsoft and Apple weak on the session, both mega cap companies are down 1 and 0.8%. It's going to be hard for the Qs to rally. and truly break out, right? So, and Microsoft's been stuck in this bear range. I could even see Microsoft going back down to the lows today. You know, I could see Apple still holding firm, but I could see Microsoft really, really staying under pressure all day. If we look at the Dixie's still trying to break out here, hasn't officially done so yet. Bitcoin's still seeing a little bit of sellers at 60, 70K, but holding on. Let's look. You can see Microsoft just been in this range all day, right? And what I don't like is Microsoft tried breaking out on this impulse green candle, and then you got rejected, and looks to be that you're coming down again. You break this little low of range on Microsoft 424, and you could retest the low of day. That's certainly a feasible target. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up and bounce here after having that near-term flush. Bitcoin still above 70K, still holding firm. Dixie, still no breakout on the Dixie at all. They're trying to push the Qs back up. Here's some more selling in Microsoft coming into the picture. $10-year still up 1.2, dollar still negative. Qs are coming back down to the neckline. Let's see if we can get another trigger. Most sectors are still red. Even the semiconductor bear ETF is up 0.62% still. So, I mean, you've seen the likes of AMD fade as well again. Had that magnificent bounce. Now AMD could be shaping up for a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern itself. Again, it hasn't triggered, but you're potentially putting in a bear flag right on the neckline. If AMD triggers this, then that's potentially another 2% flush back down to the 175.60s. We'll see if that happens though. Bitcoin still remaining resilient. MicroStrategy is trying to press for new highs. Wow, the unrelenting strength in Bitcoin is quite amazing. Quite amazing. NVIDIA trying to curl up here, shorter term time frames. Apple Tesla still looking okay. Qs are still holding up. Qs are trying to push, so Apple's still firming up, running to make a new high of day on Apple. Apple's now testing 171. Apple's gap fill sits around 172.30-ish, just slightly above that. NVIDIA pressing higher here. It's lifting semis across the board. The Dixie is also trying to break out now. So now you have the market trying to pump higher. And you also have the Dixie making a small attempt here. Look at the Qs go, guys. Look at the Qs go. They're ripping here. Dixie's still trying, but it hasn't done so. Bitcoin's still trying to press higher, putting in some more bullish consolidation. It does appear like it wants to move higher. More strength coming into mega cap tech. So first retrace on NVIDIA is up here at 957, 958. Second is your neckline. Qs are still negative on the session by 0.2, 95 cents. SPY's down by 67 cents, trying to go positive. Russell's still green. So small caps still showing some signs of life and resiliency as the Dixie's still struggling in this zone. Still no breakout on the Dixie. Markets are liking that. NVIDIA's firming up. Microsoft, Tesla, Apple still charging and curling higher. Bitcoin's still acting resilient in this range. What's the next step for Apple? 180 or 160? You know, Apple's still in a downtrend. I think it's just putting in some bearish consolidation. It's really going to be depending on what the indices do. You know, you can see Qs are weak, Apple weak today. You know, even when the Qs are strong, Apple's weak. So that lawsuit, I think, is still going to filter. Right now, I see the bigger support level at 165.50. That's a weekly chart level. It's your EMA 113. I think you get a bounce there. But again, on watch for potential head and shoulders formation could be shaping up on Apple. We haven't triggered it yet, but it could be shaping up. So we got to be mindful about it. But if you look at how strong the indices have been across the Qs, the S&P, making new all-time highs pretty much week after week after week, and then you look at Apple struggling, you know, it's not really what you want to see if you're bullish on Apple because, again, indices have been strong. Apple's been weak. Let's say the indices go through a little bit of a correction or distribution cycle. It makes it that much more harder for Apple to bounce. At this point in time, today it's trying to recover a lot of the losses from the dump. So I mean, it does look a little bit more on a risk-reward basis better than, say, some other stocks. You know, I still think there could be a rotation out of semis into Apple. But at this point, I mean, it's just stuck in a little bit of its own bear market, Apple. Bitcoin going for new highs on the session. Bitcoin is trying to go for new highs on the session. We are still seeing the Qs coming down just a touch, just a touch. Amazon's got a 10-minute bear flag. Meta appears to be wanting to curl down. Google trying to curl down. Microsoft trying to curl down. Apple still putting in potentially higher lows, higher highs. So that's looking a little bit more constructive. Just got to plug my iPad in here. So it's now 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Yeah, BTC is still very, very strong. Does seem like it wants to push higher at this moment in time. Still no breakout on the Dixie. Still no breakout on the Dixie. Bitcoin still pressing higher. Let's look at Bitcoin here again. AMD is still slightly green on the session, up by 0.26%, so it's certainly firmed up. Oil's taking a small breather, same thing with nat gas. Apple going for a new high. Apple is going for a new high. Meta got rejected there. Little slap down on Microsoft. Little slap down on Tesla, NVDA. Let's see if we trigger. Again, we're still potentially forming a right shoulder here on the Qs. We briefly dipped below this neckline, got negated. So now the new neckline is basically here. Let me actually just draw it in just with a mini little channel. And you can see that's your next little support zone, is this little channel. But you break this neckline, then that head and shoulders still could trigger. We're still potentially waiting on that. MSTR still pressing. Bitcoin still pressing new highs on Bitcoin. Dixie's actually going for a breakout right now, guys. The Dixie is trying. The Dixie is trying. Apple still strong, Google curling down, Meta curling down, Amazon curling up, NVIDIA trying to curl up, Tesla looking to curl down a little bit, but still putting in a flag pattern. As of now, Qs are still trying to press, Bitcoin still trying to press, still no breakout on the Dixie. It looks like it's trying to imminently have a breakout, but still seeing some buyers step back into the Qs here. You have NVIDIA trying to press higher again. So NVIDIA is still trying to press. A little bit of a bull flag forming on NVIDIA intraday chart. We'll see if it can come out and play. Google curling down, so Google's looking like it's under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Microsoft still coming in. Apple still remaining firm, so sellers are not letting go of their Apple trades at the moment. So that's keeping a little bit of strength still remaining in the Qs with Apple. Google coming in. Bitcoin just made new highs there. MicroStrategy now trading at 1834. In terms of some of the best market movers in the S&P 500, you have SMCI, Micron, Constellation Energy, Dexcom, APA, VFC, Generac, IP, CINF, IVZ, ConocoPhillips, and you have Take-Two down 5.2, Dayforce, United Airlines struggling, Lulu struggling, Enphase, DHR, Homebuilder, Tapestry struggling, Etsy struggling. Big breakdown there on NVIDIA. Definitely a bigger breakdown there on NVIDIA. Bitcoin's still pressing here, guys. Bitcoin is still pressing. Coming up into our next ad level, which is at 738. 738 on BITI. 738 and then 728. Right now we have a half position. Still really no pullback has been observed. And that's because the dollar's just been floundering. It's been trying to break out, but still no pullback is being observed. All right, Qs, NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure there. Just a touch, nothing crazy. Apple running into some sellers. Google, Meta still curling down. How's that Meta doing? Qs are still just hovering in this range. We've been chopping sideways really for the whole day. It's coiling to make a big move. Let's look at that Dixie chart again. So Dixie again still hasn't had any sort of a range break. Putting in a little bit of a bull flag pattern on the 5-minute chart right underneath this neckline. Look how many times we've tapped this area. It seems that we're going to blast through it with a lot of power once we do get that definitive breakout. Which once we get that breakout, it should push us back to 104.30. All right, so we're seeing a bigger breakdown occurring in Microsoft, Google, Meta, NVDA also coming in. So the Qs are starting to sell off a little bit harder here. Come on, can we trigger this head and shoulders to give us a little bit of a trend to the downside to play? Come on, Qs. They are trying to come lower here. Bitcoin still remaining super elevated on the session. Bitcoin might be starting to see its first little bit of sell-side pressure coming into the picture. And you still haven't really seen the US dollar break out. So still no breakout on the US dollar. Apple right back up. Microsoft still getting bought. Google coming in more. Meta coming in more. AMD trying to lose 180. Q still holding that neckline. What a tough range to break, right? Look at that. Just like that, they push the Qs right back up. Right back up. So they gobbled that right back up. So the Dixie is actually trying to break out now, guys. The DXY is trying to break out, and they're trying to push the Qs up as well. So two things happening at once. Qs are trying to push off support, and the Dixie is also trying to break out here. So very interesting price action. A big move back up in the QQQ indices here. Qs are trying to actually break out here again, short term. I mean, realistically speaking, the dollar did get that positive close, but some market participants might be looking at the neckline like this. I'll show it to you two ways. Microsoft still down 1, NVIDIA up 1. Apple down 0.6. SOX is still negative. QQQ down by 0.23. SPY slightly negative. Russell still positive. So it seems every dip is still being bought in this market at this point in time. Obviously you have yields still strong. Dollars trying to break out. Bitcoin's loving life right now. NVIDIA is still strong on the session. Dixie trying to firm up just a touch more. There goes the Dixie, a little bit harder push. Qs really aren't phased at this point. Neither is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still charging higher. LABB trading above offer price, interesting. MNY can't find any news, trading almost the whole volume flow today. MNY. Money Hero Limited. Yeah, so big surge there, 15 million shares on volume. This probably wants to retest 285. Don't think it'll do it today. It is coming in, but I'm not too sure why that one's so strong at the moment. All right, let's flip back to our Bitcoin trade because I am close to adding to our BITI again, guys. Very close. The next add is again 10 cents lower at that 738 zone. 738. Still no pullback in Bitcoin. Quite impressive, to be honest. Apple breaking out again, new highs, 171.38 right now. About 10 cents higher on Apple. You'll have the EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart. Microsoft is selling off and curling down. So Microsoft seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Qs are still remaining firm, trying to push up again. Again, the Dixie has broken out to the high side, guys. The DXY is trying to break out of the 10-minute chart flag pattern here. You can see that. Maybe this is where Bitcoin will finally run into some sellers. Microsoft selling a little bit harder now. So right now the Qs are actually trying to attempt a short-term breakout. Same thing with the dollar. So we have seen the scenario last week where the Qs did not pay very close attention to the dollar. They just absolutely did not believe what the dollar was doing and traded in a world of its own. So are we going to see that again where the Qs just lift this market? Microsoft coming in heavier though. So Apple's diverging, breaking to the upside. Microsoft's falling to the downside. Kind of a clear little opposite reaction move. Microsoft coming down. Apple still pushing. Apple's into its little bit of a gap fill. Excuse me. Amazon curling up, Meta curling up, Google trying to curl, Tesla trying to curl. Excuse me, I got a little tickle in my throat. Nat gas is faded a little bit, so nat gas is only up 0.3%. Oil faded slightly, still up 1.21% on the session. Apple's still surging, only down 0.5% now. A little bit of a bull flag forming on Amazon's 5-minute chart. Looks constructive. Potentially a bear flag on Meta's 5-minute chart, Google's 5-minute chart. Potential bear flag on NVIDIA 10-minute. It's a tough one actually. That's a tough one on NVIDIA. Bitcoin is starting to come in just a touch, just ever so slightly at the moment. Bitcoin is starting to come in. All right, you can see the Dixie's still trying to press higher here. Bitcoin's still holding above 70K. Microsoft's really selling hard. So it's kind of hurting the Qs at the moment. Remember, Microsoft also has a big weighting. IGV, cloud stocks. Dixie has broken out. Apple's still pressing. Still relentless power in Apple. It's still pushing higher and higher. It does seem like it wants to go positive. It's firming up quite nicely. NVIDIA is still holding up 1% on the session. So Qs are trying to push and gap up here again. Dixie's still trying to press. Bitcoin's still trying to press. NVIDIA getting a big bid. Microsoft and Meta keep getting sold into. Apple's still pushing. Tesla curling down. NVIDIA trying to push higher here and lift the semis. Qs are still pushing. Bitcoin going for a new high of day. So Bitcoin is trying to go for a new high of day. You can see NVIDIA is hitting its first little level of resistance here. Qs are back hitting this previous little wick high reversal. So it's a big spot for the Qs. They are trying to press even higher here. Again, your high of day on the Qs is really around this entry here. Pre-market high was 446.02. And it appears the Qs want to go higher here. And see, what's interesting is Microsoft's still lagging, but between the strength in the rest of the mega caps, they are still lifting this index higher. Bitcoin now up 5% on the session. Wild price action. A little bit near-term overbought on the Qs. Again, that dollar kind of got rejected, which is why the Qs push up again. So the dollar did get slightly rejected at the highs off of that breakout pattern. So, I mean, the Qs have every rhyme or reason to push higher here, but we'll see if they can hold. Microsoft is still struggling. The rest of the market is trying to push higher. Bitcoin NVDA is still curling up. Qs are still looking constructive. They're still trying to push. You're hitting some little bit of resistance on the 10-minute chart. There's the same resistance that rejected you here. We're now approaching that same 10-minute short-term 50 moving average. But semis are seeing some more strength and some life. Bitcoin new high. Bitcoin new high. Guys, I just did add on my dip there to BITI. I did add on that dip, BITI. 738. 738. That's our third entry. My average now sitting at 747. Bitcoin still trying to press. Heavy volume in this region. Bitcoin's up over 5, MicroStrategy up over 20. Dixie still failed that little bit of a breakout. You know, the Dixie tried breaking out there and it got absolutely rejected, which is why the Qs moved right back up off of this neckline. While NVIDIA is pushing, still pushing. NVIDIA is just climbing and climbing and climbing. Apple's now coming in. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of increased volume and volatility in this range. So the volume is starting to uptick in this range for Bitcoin. Still a potential lower high on the Qs. No, I'm not going to close at a loss. ASIM. I'm not going to close my Bitcoin short when it's just had a monster rally. What's the I just got into it. What's the verdict on BITI? How long are you going to hold onto running losses? I mean, we're down on BITI, not that much. Like, we're just accumulating slowly, right? So, I mean, it's all about position management, right? If you can hold your, even if you're able to hold, like, I might hold it. If this doesn't correct, I'll probably hold this overnight. You know, my average is at 747. I'm down 8 cents on the trade. I still have one more entry down at 728 for a full day trade position. I'm still, I'm comfortable holding this one overnight in the grand scheme. Q's right back up. No stopping in sight on the Q's. Dixie trying to make another run up. What's interesting is the VIX is actually green today. Yields are green. Dollar's weak. QQQ trying to make another push higher here. Russell's having a curling of its price action. Again, as long as you form a lower high here on the Qs, there's still a potential right shoulder forming off of this head and shoulders pattern. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy yet. Nothing crazy yet. You know, I'm still keeping on watch. A little bit of a topping tail forming at these highs. Let's see if we get some sort of a flush lower. Again, your big support where I think we're going to retest is this 69,000 range. You see this parallel channel? Right in this range. So a high of 69.5-ish, 69.6 to a low of about 69K. So I think Bitcoin can flush to today. Microsoft's still fairly weak on the session, down over 1.18%. NVIDIA's up 1.5%. Apple's still down 0.57%. You had Tesla firm up. Tesla was down quite substantially in the pre-market, and now it's firmed up. AMD also down quite substantially in the pre-market. It firmed up. You had Intel down quite substantially in the pre-market. It firmed up. At the moment, you still have the majority of sectors red. Really, your two positive sectors are, energy is positive, materials positive, and utilities are positive. XLK, XLC, XLF, XLY, XLV, XLP, XLI, all still negative. Dow Jones Transports and the industrial average also negative. Roku analysis, still holding $60 calls. Do you see it going any further? Let's take a look at Roku. I'm still in Roku. Nice move off of the lows today in Roku. Yeah, I see Roku still heading to about this gap window 68.50-ish. And then if it gets through that, then we're looking at about 71, 72 bucks here. So I still like Roku. You're still at really long-term support. Nice reaction point off of this support zone again for Roku. So I still like it. All right, guys. So now you have Bitcoin starting to sell off just a touch here. So Bitcoin is starting to see a little bit more selling. A little bit more selling is starting to occur in Bitcoin, guys. There comes the Qs, also seeing some more sellers. A little bit of a 10-minute engulfing candle on the Bitcoin chart. So we're seeing our BITI position starting to firm up here. Again, this Bitcoin sell side pressure isn't really coming on the back of anything other than a technical resistance zone. Dollar still hasn't broken out yet. QQQ still range bound, still trying to push and see if it can break above this high of day. Microsoft still looking very heavy in this range, coming in pretty hot. Still have Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Meta trying to firm up. So more sell side pressure coming into Bitcoin. 10-minute engulfing candle, potential hourly topping tail. So here comes the sell side pressure in Bitcoin, guys. Let's see if it hurts semis and the Qs as well, but pretty big sell coming in Google now. Microsoft looking still heavy. NVIDIA still holding. Qs are still trying to push here. Dollar still hasn't broken out yet. Apple's still trying to push up. Amazon's still trying to push up here. Big push there in the Qs. Really big push there in the Qs. So Qs are going for a new high of day. and appear to be wanting to do it with conviction. So QQQ, monster push there. You're wondering why I use parallel channels over straight lines. For example, you've got one on each on the Q 1 minute. I use both. So I mean, I have this parallel channel. I also have this upsloping thing here. But you know, you're looking at NVIDIA 1 minute here. I like channels because it gives you a range. Like often you'll get price action to like dip and peekaboo below a level or above a level. So I find when you use little channels, you can connect more pivots and it gives you a little bit of a support range instead of a hardcore definitive number. So, I mean, it's just your preference really. You can see the Qs are coming up into this downsloping channel now. I'm just going to actually pull it forward so we can see the 10-minute chart resistance. But definitely a new high of day is observed on the Qs, new high of day. NVIDIA is pressing. Bitcoin's still trading above 70K. Trying to remain resilient. Dixie faded. Dixie had a failed breakout there, which is why the markets are absolutely loving the price action in the Dixie. Just going to erase this trend line. So that head and shoulders has been negated now. That's absolutely negated. You can see that the markets are ripping higher here. Microsoft firmed up. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It is easier. That was a big push in the Qs. Really big push there in the Qs. Bitcoin trying to make another new high here. Sorry, my cat's messing with my mic here. My keyboard. She literally just ran across my whole keyboard there. Sorry about that. NVIDIA got to break 959. Yeah, this is a key juncture for NVIDIA. This is important. If you get rejected here, looking like a retest of 950 again. See Bitcoin still coming in a little bit hotter now. Dixie's still trying to make another breakout attempt, but it did fail on that previous 5-minute one. There's more sell side pressure coming into Bitcoin, guys. So they almost took the Qs positive with that push. Same thing with the S&P, almost positive, but just missed it. Just missed it ever so slightly, and you are seeing some of the mega caps coming under pressure. Tesla getting rejected, NVIDIA is actually fighting this little bit of a trend line of resistance from this pivot zone. You can see this pivot to this pivot. You're now in that zone. Microsoft still looking heavy. Apple running into a little bit of a near-term double top. You have Meta curling down. NVIDIA is still remaining firm, trying to work itself through that resistance. You can see the Qs are trying to push right back up again. Bitcoin's still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. So, I mean, we're basically almost looking to go green on our position. Yeah, it's a big fight there for the Qs. Big fight. Seeing oil, nat gas trying to curl back up. Oil and nat gas are trying to curl back up. So, I mean, Bitcoin did put in a little bit of a 10-minute engulfing candle there. So let's see if it yields any bit of downside. Dixie's trying to make another little attempt at pushing. So indices are just still trying to grind higher here. Schmidt saying this Thursday, unemployment news, GDP, and Chicago PMI. Yep. So a little bit of data sets across the board. Thanks for putting that in the chat for everyone. The week is fairly quiet. But the employment data will be interesting. Microsoft coming down, Google curling down, Amazon trying to curl down, NVIDIA trying to curl up, Meta curling down, Apple curling up, Tesla curling up. You can see the Qs are now consolidating above this previous little initial rejection. That was your first major sell-off in the indices today. You are trying to hold above that pivot zone as we speak. You are getting rejected and fighting the 10-minute chart 50 moving average, sitting at 445.73. You briefly pierced on the Qs and you put in a 10-minute topping tail. 10-minute topping tail did have average volume. So I'll show you the topping tail on the Qs. That's your little topping tail. MicroStrategy pushing right back up. Big pop in Bitcoin again. Really big pop in Bitcoin. You have the Qs and the S&P still negative, just by a slight margin, 0.16 and 0.13% respectively. Apple down half, Microsoft down 1.3. Another tail where you're seeing two of the behemoths, Microsoft and Apple, negative, and the markets are barely down on the session. Quite incredible price action. Definitely incredible price action. Microsoft coming down a little bit more. Meta, Google, Amazon still seeing some more selling. NVIDIA trying to press. You can see NVIDIA is trying to get above this little resistance point. NVIDIA is trying to press. Qs are pressing higher. Big volume coming in NVIDIA. Microsoft, Apple still dumping a little bit here. Amazon still curling. Tesla, Apple trying to push up. Still no breakout on the Dixie. Still no breakout. So you can see NVIDIA is trying to get above. Apple's seeing a little bit of selling. Microsoft, kind of, markets are just stuck in this range right now. Stuck in a little bit of a range. Bitcoin still trading above 70K. NVIDIA getting some big volume in this region, trying to press even higher here. MicroStrategy new high. Still seeing unwavering strength in crypto at the moment. QQQ remaining firm, trying to go green on the session. Still down by 0.14%. Hasn't officially gone green. Still have weakness in Apple and Microsoft, strength in NVIDIA. Meta's curling down. Meta's actually weak by about 0.85% on the session. Heavy volume there on the Qs off that candle. Big spike in volume. Dixie's now trying to make another move for the high side. So you have the DXY trying to firm up here, guys. DXY is trying to firm up again. Remember, it failed once. It is trying to firm up again. Apple going for a new high of day. Qs are also pushing. NVIDIA is just carrying the Qs right now. So NVIDIA is trying to lift the Qs higher and higher and higher. AVGO firming up. Bitcoin still above 70,500. Dixie getting rejected again, trying to come in. The Qs are also seeing a little bit of sell side pressure on that candle. NVIDIA still trying to push up. My average on BITI is still the same. Still the same. 747. 747. And that's a 3/4 position. Our last entry is down here at 728. Look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA pushing right back up again. So that's making the Qs definitely much, much more resilient. Microsoft, Google, Meta still curling down. Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon trying to push up. AMD forming a rather large bear flag on the 10-minute chart. How's Intel looking? Intel is still weak. Nat gas still looking okay. Oil still looking okay. Big push on the Qs there. A little bit of a push coming in. That's Microsoft now trying to firm up. Google as well. So Qs look like they're trying to go green. Not quite green yet, but trying. Still no breakout on the Dixie, but you do have indices firming up. NVIDIA breaking here. You have the Qs trying to break out, hitting this 10-minute chart resistance on the Qs. It's this downsloping channel, but it is trying to break out of that range as we speak. NVIDIA pushing. Bitcoin still at 70,590. 70,590. Qs are almost positive, guys. Qs are almost positive on the session. So ruthless buy the dipper still coming in and propping this market up. Still relentless buy side pressure. Qs are now approaching that pre-market high, sitting at 446.02, making a new high of day. Tesla just made a new high of day. Microsoft firming up. Google trying to firm up. QQQ is starting to squeeze even higher now. CGC down 20%, yep. No worries, man. No worries, Shamit. Heavy volume on NVIDIA as well as the Qs in this region. We are trying to observe a breakout. Gap filler is around that 446.20 zone on the Qs. 446.20 on the Qs is your gap fill. What's interesting is really the Qs firmed up here. Same thing with the SPY, but the Russell's gone nowhere. So this is just really, again, people buying the dip on mega cap tech. So likes of Apple firming up off the lows. Apple trading all the way down to 169.50 today. Getting gobbled up off of the lows. You can see NVIDIA had a big rally off of the lows. Traded all the way down to about 946 today. You can see the Qs low today all the way down here at 442.55, and we're now squeezing. Microsoft, Apple still trying to curl up. Google, Meta curling up. Amazon curling up. NVIDIA seeing some minor selling. Nothing crazy in this range. Nothing crazy. Q's almost positive, just still slightly negative, down by about 31 cents on the session. Gap fill takes it flat. AMD is curling up. Bitcoin's still trading above 70,500. Really no movement yet in this range. Qs are still just grinding higher and higher right now. AVAV chart looks interesting. Let's take a look at AVAV. Yeah, it's been trying to get above these moving averages, but getting nasty rejections with these top wicks. Weekly chart. Still a tough one to go long. Tough one to still go long. It could actually go a little bit lower, but look at the monthly chart. Monthly chart, you are sitting on really big support here. That's that monthly 200. But notice how you dipped below, had a pretty ferocious bounce, and now you're consolidating right on that area. So that was roughly a 20% range. And you're getting a little bit of a bearish cross of the short-term 3-month moving average again. So, I mean, there is support here, but it's a tough trade on the long side right now. It's definitely a weak name. Weak name. Did I not type it right? AVAV? Oh, okay. Sorry. I put in the wrong ticker. I don't know what I typed in. But anyways, AVAV, yeah, breaking out of this little bit of a range here. You're back above inside this wide range green bar and your gap up. So that's a positive sign at the moment. Just trying to see this chart. Yeah, so it's just consolidating a weekly pattern above your previous high pivot here. That's a bullish sign, right? Really, if you're long this stock, you want to maintain this 143.50 zone. And I think that as long as you stay above there, yep, calls, longs are favored. I think you could easily push. Yeah, I am seeing the Dixie trying to catch a little bit of a bid here now. So the DXY is trying to break out again. But yeah, this chart's looking interesting. What's the volume on the day-to-day? So we're trading roughly... it's a little bit of a lighter volume name, only 657,000 shares average, so a little bit light for me, personally speaking. Not saying you can't play it, but it's just a little bit light for me. So just recognize that it is lighter volume at play in that name. So we just want to be mindful of that. So you can see the Dixie reattempting a little bit of a breakout here. Let's see if it forces these indices lower at all. Bitcoin starting to weaken just a touch at this zone. Qs are still trying to press higher here. Qs are pressing. Qs are trying to fill that gap. On the 10-minute chart, they're trying to actually go positive here. Still just holding. Qs are still just holding. NVIDIA is coming in a little bit harder now. So Qs are just staying relentlessly firm in this region. Dollar trying to get a little bit of a bid here. Bitcoin's still hanging on about 70,544, still up 4.9% respectively. Qs again briefly tapped its little, almost filled the gap, missed it by about a penny. Briefly trying to go positive there on the session. So there's a really big push in the Qs. Trying to go green on the session. Microsoft still down 1.2, Apple down 0.45, NVIDIA up 1.9. Semiconductors across the board are seeing positive flows. SOXX up 0.43% on the session. NVIDIA starting to come in. Dixie getting rejected yet again. Dixie finding rejection yet again. NVIDIA is selling a little bit harder at the moment. Microsoft still trying to curl down. Google curling up. Meta curling up. Amazon curling up. Tesla pushing higher and higher. Qs are just consolidating now above your pre-market high, right underneath gap fill. So if this bull flag breaks, you're probably going to get a nice move up to turn the indices green. But right now, you're still seeing some minor selling. Dixie's been trying to firm up, but kind of just keeps getting rejected in this range. Remember, the Dixie did break out on Friday, and it's taken a little bit of a breather today after it had a huge rally. AMD firming up some more. MicroStrategy still continuing to grind, stair-stepping. Bitcoin still continuing to grind higher. Dixie's still trying to press a little higher here. A little higher. Qs are still acting very well in this range, just putting in a sideways pattern. Not really breaking down, not really breaking up. Still seeing Apple taking a minor breather. Tesla's still climbing. Microsoft's just holding sideways. NVIDIA's just sideways. Google pressing, Meta falling, Bitcoin still pressing. SpyQ still down 0.7, Russell still up 0.67. QQQ is flagging here, trying to attempt another move higher. It is just flagging here in a range. NVIDIA weakening just a touch. So market participants tried driving the Qs green. It's getting sold off just a touch here. We'll see if they want to make another attempt at pushing it. As of now, we are running into a little bit of sell side pressure. You can see the Qs got outside of this channel, and now we're basically looking to retest the top of the channel again on the Qs. A little bit heavier selling coming in. Amazon still remaining firm. Bitcoin still pressing for a new high, guys. Bitcoin is still acting very resilient here. Microsoft's trying to firm up. Bitcoin going for a new high, guys. Bitcoin high, just a monster today. Bitcoin is a monster today. Absolute beast. Seeing NVIDIA just weaken slightly here. Qs are coming in just ever so slightly. Meta falling a little bit harder. Google, Apple also coming in. Dixie got rejected yet again, which is why indices are trying to hold and bounce. MicroStrategy just seems to be pumping and pumping. Qs are just range bound here, stuck at 446, 445.97, teetering. Oil trying to get another pop. Nat gas coming in slightly. Still some strength being observed in utility stocks. on the Qs. They never officially closed it yet. Still some time in the day, but they never officially closed it just yet. Bitcoin's starting to sell off a little bit harder. Qs are coming in just a touch now. Dixie trying to make another attempt here at breaking. Hasn't done so just yet. Meta's selling pretty hard here, so Meta's getting attacked into the close, falling pretty sharply, Meta. Yeah, I'm still holding BITI. I'm going to probably hold this one overnight, as unless we get some sort of a dump on Bitcoin, I'm holding BITI overnight. That's the plan. Unless there's some sort of a big crash, into the end of the day here, which is unlikely, not what I'm betting on, but I'll hold BITI. Average 748. Still have room to add to the position at 728. So I'm still holding. So you can see the Qs are hitting that 1 minute chart support. EMA 113 is being observed at the moment. Meta is still selling pretty hard here, down 1% on the session now. Down 1%. NVDA is still coming in, putting in potentially some bearish consolidation. Looks like it wants to maybe also come a little bit lower to about 955. Microsoft still trying to hold on. Google curling down. Tesla trying to put in a bull flag. Apple still trying to curl up. Dixie, still no breakout on the Dixie. Still no breakout on the Dixie. Bitcoin volume starting to increase in this vicinity, so the BTC volume is starting to increase. Not really seeing it on this particular chart. NVIDIA pushing right back up, Q's pushing right back up. Q's right back to pre-market high. Final hour and 20 minutes left in the trading. Still have indices red, Russell positive, NVIDIA positive, AMD green, SMCI, Tesla green, AVGO green, Bitcoin, MSTR, Coin, Mara green, Nat Gas flipped back red, Meta, Google struggling, Amazon down. So net, it's still a mixed session here. Majority of sectors are red on the session. Majority of sectors are still red. Dollar hasn't broken out. It's been rejecting its inverse head and shoulders all day. It's still holding above that critical tightening zone of 104. So it's still very interesting to see indices, Bitcoin, commodities still acting okay. Qs are right back to that pre-market high. Dixie still consolidating. Bitcoin still trying to push. Meta's catching a bid. Qs are trying to push back up again. Ten-year still at 1.3, 2-year up 0.89. So I think one of the reasons small caps haven't broken out of its range that it's been stuck in all day, despite the S&P and Qs moving well off of the lows and seeing some other names firm up, is because yields are still putting pressure on small caps today. Even though small caps are green, I still think you're seeing a little bit of underlying pressure small caps through the use of yields. Watching NVIDIA, potential 2-minute head and shoulders pattern here. If you break that neckline, NVIDIA could have a late day flush. That's actually what we've seen in recent sessions. They pump NVIDIA up in the morning and then they drop it in the afternoon. So, you break this, you could trigger a move down to about 952 on NVIDIA. Obviously, there's a little mini one on watch here on the Qs. Your neckline would be here. Again, it's only valid unless it triggers. Right now, Qs are still trying to put in higher lows and higher highs in the trend. Amazon curling, Meta, Apple curling up, Google curling. So everything across mega cap tech land is curling up except for NVIDIA and Tesla at the moment. NVIDIA is still the best performing mega cap today, up about 1.7% on the session. Qs are looking to try to go green again. Gold up 0.4, silver flat, GDX up 1.4, Apple still down, Microsoft still down. Go figure, you have Apple down 0.4, Microsoft down 1.1, and Qs are just flat on the session, slightly negative. You know, gone are the days when you had Microsoft and Apple struggling, both struggling. It was a time where you just saw the indices, absolutely get whacked. But now since the concentration in semis have really changed things, you could have massive down days in those two mega cap names, and if semis are still holding strong, then it doesn't seem to matter. S&P, Qs, can they go green into the close? They're still negative on both fronts. Bitcoin still hovering at this 70,600 level. MSTR is trading into a new all-time high. Still no breakout in the dollar. Qs are still trying to firm up here. NVIDIA is trying to firm back up. That should help the Qs. Weakness is now being observed in Apple's trying to curl down just slightly, Tesla curling down, Amazon, Meta curling down. Google's still trying to push higher. Microsoft just sideways right now. NVIDIA still sideways, on watch for a potential break of this little neckline. Let's just see. Qs are coming down slightly here, just ever so slightly. Qs, NVIDIA pushing right back up. So we are seeing some strength continuing to be observed in the semis. They are trying to get another push and bid higher into the final hour and 15 minutes of trading. Qs have just been consolidating in this 446 range now since really about 2 o'clock. Microsoft trying to firm up, Apple's still consolidating, Meta's still under a lot of pressure, Amazon's pushing, Tesla curling down. Net Qs are pushing up here. Still just slightly negative on the session, but they are trying to close it positive here. 446.20 takes it to the flat zone. 446.20 takes the Qs flat. Big push there in NVIDIA. Really big push in NVIDIA. Meta's still somewhat struggling here. Qs are still trying to press. Tesla again seeing some sellers present at the 173.50 zone, 173.70 zone. QQQ is continuing to grind. Strength is NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA is single-handedly pushing the Qs up right now. All stocks are kind of just staying in a sideways range. Amazon's pushing as well. But really it's NVIDIA that's got that big green stick, which is what lifted the Qs there. NVIDIA is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here into the close. Volume is starting to increase in NVIDIA at this range. Qs are trying to go green, down by 0.5%. Qs are looking to go green. NVIDIA is doing the heavy lifting at the moment. You can see the volume coming in through NVIDIA. They are trying to push the Qs green. Bitcoin going for a new high. Dollar's still weak. NVIDIA is still trying to press higher here. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Apple's curling down. Tesla's curling down. Meta's still struggling. Google's trying to push. Microsoft, NVIDIA trying to push. Amazon saw a pretty hard rejection off of the 180.30 level. Right now, NVIDIA is still trying to climb higher here. Look at NVIDIA still climbing, surging, surging. NVIDIA up 2% now. Microsoft down 1. AMD up 0.26. SPY and Qs still slightly negative on the session. Just slightly negative. Qs are still just grinding higher and higher here. And they do look like they're trying to take it green on this session. They do look like they're trying to take it green. Russell's actually curling down as the Qs are pressing higher here. Dixie's trying to firm up. All right, so the Qs are looking to go flat here. The Qs are looking to go flat. Gap fill was just tagged, so they did just hit that gap fill on the Qs. Seeing a little bit of rejection off that zone, just some minor rejection. Do you see MSTR going higher overnight? Yeah, there's always a chance it could, right? Bitcoin hasn't had any sort of a pullback. There could be an underlying. They could gap it up tomorrow and then reverse it intraday. Typically when you're into these all-time high prices, a lot of people do pile in. They gap it up and then they use that gap of liquidity to exit the position. So it could go higher. Obviously, Bitcoin's had a stellar reaction move to the high side. So I mean, you just have to take that with a grain of salt, right? It's had a stellar move. It's up over 22% MSTR, and Bitcoin's up over 5.26. You still have the dollar holding above the critical 104 zone. It's all about position management. Can you withstand if it gaps up another 5-10%? Can you sustain yourself? Or are you going to get margin called away and force a higher short squeeze? So that's the risk at shorting these high flying names. Still a lot of momentum behind Bitcoin, but Bitcoin's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hourly green candles in a row, trading into that 70K resistance. Pretty big area. You've done a nice retrace of that entire initial sell-off move. So they did take the Qs briefly positive there, with that wick. Qs did go briefly positive. They filled that gap. Volume is increasing in this range. We are into the final hour of trading, hour and 5 minutes of trading. So we'll see what they want to do here. Seeing ACN trying to creep back up. Qs are still strong. Bitcoin new high. So there you go. Bitcoin just made a new high. It's really impressive to see these equity markets still remaining so resilient, even despite you have inflationary metrics reappearing. Obviously people are front running Powell. They think he's dovish. They think he's extremely dovish at the moment. And you're seeing people piling back into risk assets at the moment. Oil's still trending higher here, breaking out of potentially forming an hourly bull flag pattern. And that next month's CPI print is not going to come in light. You can pretty much bank on that. Shamit's saying, come on, NVIDIA, break 960, what is it, 962.50, 962.54. You have a shot. I mean, the Q's put in a higher high. NVIDIA looking to put in a higher high. We'll see, though. Bitcoin trying to also push higher here. So almost testing 71K now on Bitcoin. Almost testing 71K. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying. Power hour has officially commenced in roughly 4 seconds. Is it going to be a Google absolutely ripped? Microsoft had a nice bounce. MSTR is coming in a little bit harder now. Kind of trading with the Qs at this point. ACN trying to make a move higher. Qs are still acting well here. We've seen a lot of afternoon sell-offs occur. We have seen quite a bit of afternoon sell-offs occur. So the question is, are we going to see another one? AMD red. Yep, AMD back to the red side again. Thanks for pointing that out. As oversold as AMD is into this 50, I still see it hitting 164 zone. That's its big gap fill on the daily chart. That was a breakaway gap. 164 zone, 163 and a quarter. That's a big zone for AMD. You have the dollar into the close here trying to firm up a little bit more. So now you have the Dixie reattempting that neckline break. It's just been stuck all day. It's been stuck all day. But it is attempting. MSTR is coming in. Just a touch. Seeing the only mega cap that's really starting to push back up is Google. The rest are curling down. Apple just stuck in a range, sideways range. MSTR is coming a little bit heavier now. Qs and S&P are back to the negative side. You even have the Russell 2000 fading a bit here. So small caps are actually getting faded as well. A little bit more of a sell-off coming into the Qs. So if they were to take this down for a 50% retrace from the high to low, a 50% retrace puts you at 444.42. 444.42 if they do a 50% retrace of this whole rally today. So 444.52 is kind of back into this previous pivot zone. This little zone here. So I'm watching it closely. That would be a pretty hard sell. You see the Qs finding support at that EMA, this upsloping trend line. So as of now, it's still technically okay. That's your previous little high pivot wick above here that you're hitting as well. Dixie, still no breakout on the Dixie. Bitcoin back to the highs. Qs are getting a bounce here off this zone. Again, guys, if NVIDIA triggers this little head and shoulders here, you're looking to move down to 950s, the low 950s again. Bitcoin still remaining firm and elevated. Small caps are selling off a lot harder now. So small caps are also starting to participate in the downside. They've been strong all day, but now they're starting to sell small caps. So the Russell's coming in a little bit hotter at the moment. Bitcoin's still pressing. Bitcoin is crazy. Yeah, Bitcoin's crazy, right? Approaching, everyone's piling in. The ETFs, so there's a lot of positive catalysts right now for Bitcoin. Obviously, even with Powell being dovish, typically if the chairman is dovish, that typically means that they're going to print more money at some point in time, and Bitcoin's kind of front running that right now. You are seeing that. A little bit more sell side pressure hitting the tape. You can see the volume is increasing in the queue, so there are some more buy the dip people coming in. AMD now down 0.35%. It's getting heavy in this range, so AMD is seeing more sell side pressure. There goes another little dip in the queues. A little bit more sell side pressure in the queues starting to appear. NVIDIA is briefly dipping below that neckline, trying to get back above it as we speak. Bitcoin still above 76,670. You can see the Dixie is trying to break out yet again. The Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move higher here in its trend. So one of the reasons the markets could potentially be wanting to sell here is the Dixie. A little bit more sell side pressure now coming into the queues again. And we really even haven't seen NVIDIA. NVIDIA's triggered its little head and shoulders, so let's see if we get some more downside. Bigger drop there in the queues, pretty decent sized. NVIDIA head and shoulders has triggered. How much selling are they going to do today? Bitcoin now coming in, NVIDIA big drop, MicroStrategy is also coming in. Yep, big candle on NVIDIA, yep, I do see that. Q's buy the dip is coming in. MicroStrategy coming in a lot harder now. Microsoft, Google still remaining strong. Meta's weak. AMD still looking heavy. NVIDIA catching a little bit of a bounce here off that 2-minute EMA 113. Amazon trying to find some support. Google's now starting to soften, so Google hasn't really declined since this whole QQQ sell-off. So Google could put pressure. Now you're seeing Bitcoin also starting to decline. A little bit heavier price action unfolding in the queues. MicroStrategy, Bitcoin still holding above 70,600, but MicroStrategy selling pretty hard here. Now trading at 1831, sorry. Let's see if MicroStrategy gets a close above its previous all-time high pivot at 1814.68. That's what I'm waiting for. I still have more downside on NVIDIA. The downside target that I had today was 944. 944. Don't know if it hits there today. There's still some time for it to do so, but that would create a pretty monstrous flush in NVIDIA, semis, and the Qs. So we'll see if that works out. But as of now, QQQ is selling a little bit harder at the moment, finding some support here at this range. You are hitting the upsloping range. Any thoughts on Lulu approaching the low of day? Yeah, I think 400 calls, give it a couple weeks, makes sense here. 400 calls I think could work out. I think that, they're in the grand scheme of things, Lulu's probably going to hit 381.58. That's your weekly EMA 113. There is even a weekly gap fill sitting at around 378. So, but I like Lulu, big oversold condition. But I still think that it could go a slight little bit lower, but building a long position in this range with some long dated calls, probably not a bad idea. Probably not a bad idea. Let's see if they want to take this QQQ market a little bit lower here. I'm just going to flip to the 2-minute chart. We've been chopping in this range. If we break this range, it could get kind of ugly into the close here. If we break this little parallel range, it could get really ugly into the close here. There's still 45 minutes. The Dixie's still trying to break out. Let's look at Bitcoin's chart now, BTC USDT. MicroStrategy coming in really hard at the moment. So you have MicroStrategy selling off. Qs are still just holding. NVIDIA has triggered a little mini head and shoulders. Downside of that is 952, but 944 is still potentially a target. AMD still negative on the session. AVGO just turned negative. Qs and S&P are still negative. Microsoft selling a little bit harder now. You can see Bitcoin is trying to stabilize in this region. Let's see, this type of a down move is roughly 0.21. So if we break that, yeah, you could hit to... Interesting. Qs are trying to stabilize here. They are trying to stabilize. I still see Microsoft, Meta looking heavy, Amazon looking heavy, Tesla looking heavy, Apple sideways, Google trying to press back higher, NVIDIA just chopping in a little bit of a bear range here. Could be forming a bear flag now. Same thing on the Qs. Could be a short-term little bear flag forming. Let's see if we get a break. Let's see if we get a break lower. We're doing the first retrace. This is now retracing 23.6% of the move. You're hitting the first 2.36 fib retrace. Next fib retrace is your 382, sitting at 444.85. 444.85. Qs are pushing right back up. So right back up on the Qs. NVIDIA stabilizing, Bitcoin bouncing, Microsoft, Apple, Google right back up. MicroStrategy getting gobbled right back up. Insane swings in MicroStrategy stock. Insane swings. No wonder the spread is so high. Dixie kind of got failed there on that breakout, so the Dixie did fail. Final 40 minutes of trading. Qs are pressing, trying to bounce. Again, NVIDIA did trigger a little bit of a micro head and shoulders on the 2-minute. Does suggest more downside, but it is trying to push back up as we speak. AMD trying to stabilize. Again, Qs are also trying to stabilize. Look at that, big red bar down, big 10-minute wick, just stuck in a range at the moment. How much is left on that 10-minute candle? 1 minute and 15 seconds. Okay. Dixie getting rejected, so the Dixie is falling now. Still have oil really firm on the day. Nat gas is okay. It did get faded, so it's only up 0.22% now. Not what you want to see when it's still this oversold on a historical basis. NVIDIA trying to firm up. Apple going for a new breakout on the 5-minute bull flag pattern. It is trying to put in a bit of a new high of day. Amazon, nice bounce on Amazon. Good bounce on Meta. Good bounce on Google. Tesla, weak bounce. Is this a little bit of a bear flag that is formed on the Qs? Do they want to take us slightly lower into the close? Let's find out. Downside would roughly be about 449.89 off of that flag pattern. Again, a little bit of a bear flag on NVIDIA here. Bull flag on Google, bull flag on Apple. Sort of bearish on Microsoft, putting in lower highs. Tesla, don't even know what Tesla's pattern is at this point intraday. Just a weird pattern. Lower high on Tesla, higher low though. Final 40 minutes of trading, 40 minutes of trading. Does appear like they maybe want to break the Qs out of this range. Price action is somewhat stabilizing in this region. 445.50 region on the Qs, 957 on NVIDIA. Bitcoin still above 70,640. The Russell again has faded quite substantially, which makes me think we could get a late day flush. Look at that fade on the Russell, guys. This makes me think we could get a late day flush. Russell was strong all day, holding bullish price action, and now they're flushing the Russell. Even Bitcoin starting to come in a little bit more. Let's see if this bear flag triggers on the Qs. Let's see if the bear flag triggers on NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. So you can see NVIDIA is still leading the Qs. There's a little bit of a range break on NVIDIA. Quite a big one. Imagine they take the Russell negative into the close here. That would be quite something. Bitcoin's starting to sell just a little bit more. Sell side pressure creeping into Bitcoin. NVIDIA trying to save this little bear flag pattern. You can see that the Qs are very close to triggering. You still have strength in Google. Apple still putting in bullish consolidation, but NVIDIA is selling pretty hard here. Yep, there goes NVIDIA selling harder. And the Qs should break down here based off of this little sell side pressure on NVIDIA. But as of now, they're still holding this support zone. Still just holding the support zone. Will it break though? That's the question. NVIDIA coming in a lot harder now. It's go to a little bit of a larger term time frame on NVIDIA, piercing below some key supports. You can see the Qs are also struggling now. So a nice little decline on the Qs into the end of the day. Russell small caps also seeing some heavier sell side pressure. NVIDIA is up 1.14%. Qs are down 0.24. The SOX just went briefly negative there. So the SOXX just went negative off of that NVIDIA dip. Still have Qs holding on. Google still trying to push higher. Microsoft, Apple trying to push higher here. So they are still trying to hold this market buoyant. Final 36 minutes of trading. 36 minutes of trading. All right, so they're bouncing NVIDIA here. They're bouncing the Qs. Apple's again going for a high of day. Google also attempting a new high of day. But if you lose this little trend that's kept us in really check since 11 a.m. here, 1, 2, 3, 4 pivot bounces, we could have a pretty hard flush down to this 444.50 and maybe even 444 if things get nasty into the close. Just maybe. Maybe. But as of now, Qs are holding some support. And the rest, Russell's catching a little bit of a bid as well. Again, you pierce the 236 retrace on the Qs, which makes me think that there might be a little bit more selling left in the gas tank. There might be a little bit more minor selling left in the gas tank. You can see NVIDIA struggling at this EMA 113 in orange. Now you have Microsoft weakening some more. Apple's also weakening. Meta coming down for another round of selling. Google still at the highs, putting in some consolidation. It appears like it still wants to move higher. You can see the Russell 2000 really just struggling here. $30 minutes of trading. AMD coming lower. Nat Gas trying to catch a bid. ACN going for a high of day on ACN. Good to see. Almost at 335. Are they going to give us a late flush? Again, the bulls had the opportunity to close the gap, which they did. They tried having the opportunity to close the markets positive and hold that area. They got clearly rejected. Now you're starting to see a little bit more selling coming into the leaders like Google again, Apple, Meta. So it does appear we might make a little bit of a dip lower in the Qs here. Still no real breakout on the Dixie. So this is just a pure technical sell-off that is occurring. Pure little technical sell-off. And again, NVIDIA downside target that triggered early this morning is 944. So I mean, from current levels, that would still indicate potentially another 1.1% drop on NVIDIA. That would actually almost take it negative. But again, NVIDIA is a strong horse today, so there's a lot of still buy the dip momentum underneath it. That's for sure. Qs are shaping up here, putting in a little bit of bearish consolidation. Let's flip back to the 1 minute chart. Your pre-market low is all the way down here at 443.57. Again, you break this area and you could have a nice hard flush into pre-market low. That would kind of There's no weighting. SMCI, no weighting in the QQQ. It's not a part of the QQQ. SMCI. It's not even a part of the SOXX semiconductors, so it has no real weighting. It's just more of a. I think it's in the Russell, so it has a fairly large position in the Russell, and I don't think it hasn't been added to the S&P yet. SMCI. I don't believe it's been added to the S&P yet. So I mean, SMCI is just one of those names that if it's strong, it puts almost like confidence in the semiconductors, but if it's weak, then it obviously detracts from that confidence. So it's more of just a ticker that instills confidence or removes confidence. All right, Meta's still trading near the lows. Sorry, not near the lows, but afternoon lows, I should say. Amazon curling down. Tesla's getting whacked right now. Apple's still trying to break higher. Google seeing some sellers. Microsoft seeing some sellers. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Net Qs are still holding support at this range. You can see that 10-minute EMA is sitting at that 445 zone. You know, the fact that you tried breaking out of this channel, now you're back inside the channel, leads me to think that, okay, maybe we do see more flush to a downside. So here comes the heavier sell side pressure in the Qs. Final 30 minutes of trading. How much sell side pressure are they going to give us? That's the question. Oh, thank you. Mic check. Yeah, damn, NVIDIA buyers coming in. Q's really big candle bid there to the upside. Everything pretty much caught a bid there off the push. Apple putting in new highs of the session, breaking a bull flag pattern. Meta's just dumping here, selling hard. But Apple, NVIDIA pushing the Qs up now. Microsoft's catching a minor bid, so still seeing some strength coming into these indices late in the session here. SOX is just slightly negative, the SOXX. Look at NVIDIA ripping. Look at that candle on NVIDIA. Wow. What a monster candle on NVIDIA there. Microsoft still coming in. Meta still coming in. Amazon curling down. Apple still trying to press. Qs are trying to move higher here. Apple's doing the heavy lifting at the moment. Now you have Meta trying to firm up. Obviously, NVIDIA had a big green stick to the upside there. Dollar getting faded again. You have Bitcoin trying to see a little bit of sell side pressure here, breaking that little uptrend, that first little uptrend that established. Apple's starting to curl down a little bit now, running into some sellers at the high of day. Meta's trying to firm up. You can see the Qs are also trying to push up. Yep, nat gas still so weak, right? Even with the oversold conditions, historically oversold, still super weak, right? Nat gas is not really wanting to firm up at all. We're still seeing price action really struggle. Today, you had Microsoft dip below the 7-day moving average, and then it got gobbled right back up, currently trading just above it by about 60 cents. So, Intel tried going green, but definitely didn't. Still negative on the session by about 1.5%. So Intel's one of those names that got affected by the China news back of semis. Interesting to see the relative strength. AMD went green by a large margin and then came in. Now back to the negative side, but firmed up a lot more than Intel. Obviously, SMCI seemed to grab all of the liquidity from Intel and AMD this morning. Obviously, NVIDIA also was a beneficiary. Apple coming in, Microsoft curling down slightly, Google trying to press higher, Amazon trying to press higher. Bitcoin, again, a little bit more selling starting to occur in Bitcoin, guys. A flush and boil to $10 psychological level, and that's where I'm a buyer. Yeah, that appears to be a good level, right? I still think if we look at the actual nat gas chart, Like I would even start accumulating position at double bottom, inching in, just in case we get a big bounce and a double bottom recovery. But really, I could see 140. 140, I'm a big buyer on that gas, which is about a 10 to 15% decline from current levels. So yeah, Boyle, if nat gas declined another 10%, that roughly puts Boyle down 20. So 20% puts you at about, just about 1080 on the chart. So yeah, that's a big level, right? It's a big level. Small caps stabilized and got a decent bounce, but very interesting to see that small caps were faded into the end of the day after being strong for pretty much the whole market session. Seeing Amazon weakening, Microsoft weakening, so the Qs might take another down leg here. Let's flip back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin also seeing a little bit of weakening price action. Still super strong, nothing crazy though. No massive intraday reversals observed in Bitcoin. Google pushing up, Amazon curling up, Microsoft trying to hold steady, Apple trying to push up, NVDA trying to create a little bit of a flag pattern on the intraday chart here. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more sellers at the moment, final 20 minutes of trading. NVIDIA looking a little bit heavier. Qs are still hanging in there, trying to firm up here on the Qs. Chris saying cannabis finishing near daily lows on heavy volume, targeting a 50% retracement from highs. Very interesting. All right, they're pumping the QQQ, Apple into the close. They're ripping Apple into the close, trying to turn it almost green. Still down 0.3. Trying to bounce all mega cap stocks into the close here. Microsoft catching a bid, Amazon, NVIDIA, whole entire QQQ complex. So a really big bid there into the close. Support was held. Do we put in a lower high? Small caps are still bouncing itself. Lululemon's at the lows. Cannabis stocks at the lows, pumping up Bitcoin into the close here. Big move on Bitcoin there. MSTR coming in just a touch. So they're taking NVIDIA down a touch a little bit, still seeing some sellers. Apple's still just ripping. Apple ripping, Microsoft selling, Google's still back at the highs, Bitcoin pumping, Meta still at the lows. Net, QQQ still trying to firm up because Apple's just strong at the moment, seeing heavy volume coming in on Apple. They're trying to push it up. Final 16 minutes of trading. 16 minutes of trading. I do, Ram. I do expect it. But again, it's not what I expect. It's based off what the market does. Right now, you've seen the Qs have a substantial rally off of the lows, right? They're still technically negative, so you're starting the week off on a negative footing, but I mean, it's not really that bad of a sell-off, right? Down 0.15%, S&P down 0.12%. You know, you still have NVIDIA ripping, semis ripping across the board, crypto ripping. You know, dollar still above 104, but struggling at this zone here, this 104.20 zone. The Dixie's really struggling here. It's been struggling all day. Excuse me. All right, so it appears they are trying to push this QQQ market up into the close. They are pushing it up into the close. Everything pretty much is catching a bid across the board. All mega caps. Small caps really not participating. They're actually seeing some sell side pressure into the close. So really it's just mega cap tech that is catching a late day bid here. Bitcoin's still trying to test 71K. But Qs are still pushing here. Still pushing. Small caps still selling though. Small caps are weakening. Qs are strong into the close at this point. Google new high. Google's just ripping face right now. Apple's ripping face. Google's ripping face. NVIDIA's still seeing some distribution in this range. It hasn't really moved up with the Qs. So either it's going to make a big move up, or it's actually going to fall under the distribution it's seeing. But Google, Apple strong into the close. Amazon strong. Meta's catching a bid here. You can see NVIDIA, a little bit of sell side pressure into the close. Semis are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. No. NVIDIA's still coming in. Guys, it must be just because the candles are selling so hard here. Candles are selling really hard and fast. So I'm not too sure if it's just on TradingView's end. They can't process it too much. My connection's showing fine, but I think it's just because there's so much volatility occurring right now in this QQQ market. So we're still seeing a lot of selling occurring into the market into the end of the session here. A lot of sell side pressure coming in. NVIDIA is still selling, still rocking those 950s. Sorry guys, I apologize that the feed went wonky there, but the trading view must have just had so much information processing there between the candles that it probably went a little bit wonky on us. Final 4 minutes and the volume is getting heavy here on the Qs. We did see a little bit of a late day sell side program come into the markets. Qs are still looking heavy. There's still 4 minutes left. And again, we're approaching now 382 fib retrace. 50% retrace is still lower. You're seeing Apple break down. NVIDIA saw big sell side pressure. Still looks like there's probably going to be a little bit more selling. DXY still just sitting there. Yep, DXY still just sitting there. They actually look like they're taking the Russell almost negative here. Bitcoin's still relentlessly pushing, not really participating in this little bit of a downside correction. So Bitcoin's still remaining firm. Final 2 minutes left of trading. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Qs are trying to stabilize here. Still seeing a lot of heavy sell side pressure through the mega caps. Meta broke down. Microsoft, Apple got rejected hard. Getting a little bit of a bounce now in Amazon and Google. Bitcoin pushing for a new high of day. Still seeing NVIDIA coming lower. ACN had a big spike there on volume. NVIDIA is still selling off pretty hard. NVIDIA's only down 0.8% now. Final minute. Dixie's trying to get a small pop. Indices are still heavy in this range. All right, guys, that's the close. Markets are closed. Markets are closed, I repeat. So I'm just going to be swinging my BITI overnight. I will be holding that one. On that note, thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. We took holding BITI overnight. Bitcoin's just surging. Obviously, it was a down day for the indices. We were able to take some QQQ calls and AMD calls for some day trades today. So nice job if you're able to print with those. I know a few of you caught that. So on that